Ogun State anthem, please.
Ìṣẹ̀yà ọmọ Ògún, ìṣẹ̀yà Elédùmarè, iṣẹ́ máa yá o. Ìṣẹ̀yà ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ògún, ẹ ṣe gírí, iṣẹ́ kan fún wa láti ṣe. Ọmọ rere kì í ṣaṣẹ́, ọmọ Ògún kì í ṣọ̀lẹ, ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹ́rù o, Ọlọ́run ń bẹ fún wa, ẹ tẹra mọ́ṣẹ́ o. Ìṣẹ̀yà ọmọ Ògún, ìṣẹ̀yà. Thank you very much. We may have our seat. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Gateway State, Ogun State, a state that provides enabling environment for businesses to thrive, a state that is indeed creating that environment for all and sundry to enjoy the dividends of democracy, with the 5 pillars standing on the mantra, Ìṣẹ̀yà, the I for infrastructural development, the S for social welfare, the E that represents education, and of course the Y for our youth empowerment and employment, upon which this conference is based. And of course the A, where we put agriculture on the front burner. Today, we are gathered for an Ogun State Employment Conference, which has as its theme, addressing employment and job creation in Ogun State, tapping into local and global opportunities. I'd like to warmly welcome Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, who is here to be part of this conference, Engineer Nohimot Salako Oyedele. Please, a round of applause for her. I also like to recognize the presence of the immediate Honorable Commissioner for Finance and presently the Chief Economic Advisor, as well as the Special Advisor on Finance to the Governor of Ogun State, Mr. Dakpo Okubadejo. You're most welcome. Please, let's encourage him with our applause. I recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Investment in Ogun State, one who is always ensuring that the policies and programs of the present administration in this ministry were fully implemented. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your hands together for Dr. Oluola Aikulola. All other directors, dignitaries who are here, and of course, members of the organized private sector, I'd like to say thank you very much to the President of the Ogun State Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture, who is also here today, Engineer Mike Akingbade. You're most welcome. In the same wise, the first Vice President of the Ogun State Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture is present, Mr. Ni Oshiemi. You're most welcome. Permit me to also recognize the presence of the Chairman of the Nigeria Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, NASI, Mr. Kayode Okpasomi. You're welcome. In the same vein, the President of the Organized Private Sector Network, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, is here with us. I'd also like to recognize the presence of the President of the Ogun State Cooperative Federation, known as OSCOFED, one who has also served and indeed held various positions in Ogun Sima and of course at the national level of the Sima. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhaji Wasiu Olale is here this morning. all the directors, and of course, those that are working directly with the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment that are here, all the immediate past special advisors who are here to be part of this conference, and gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to this conference. I'm not here alone. I have a colleague of mine that we will work together, and I will humbly invite him to also recognize all other dignitaries, especially from our partners that are indeed ensuring that we have the conference today. I'm talking about the GIC. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome my brother Alhaji, and as he's coming forward, permit me to also recognize the presence of the special advisor, budget and planning to the governor of Ogun State. And of course, he served as the Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Planning in the first term of this present administration of His Excellency Prince Dakpo Abiodun CON, the governor of Ogun State. May I welcome our colleague as he also introduces other dignitaries that are here. Please, let's encourage him as he steps forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dosumo, Her Excellency, the Commissioners for Finance, the Commissioner for Budget and Planning. I want to, stand on the already established protocol so far, and I want to, also recognize the presence of Mr. Kayode Okwesomi, Chairman of Nigeria Association of Small Scale Industries. I think he had been mentioned. I want to recognize, Dr. John Iyamali, Director of Employment and Wages, Federal Minister of Labor and Employment from Abuja. I also want to recognize Professor Johnson Ewake from Babcock University. I want to also recognize Dr. Detlef Bath, the team lead from GIZ. And I've been told that, of course, Dr. Detlef, you'll be also invited to change your seat with the Deputy Governor, and please, we expect you there. I want to also recognize Dr. Anthony Giver, an international expert from the Federal Republic of South Africa. And of course, all GIZ team members who are here, thank you very much. Gentlemen and ladies, ladies and gentlemen, and then the members of the press, we also like to welcome you warmly. Thank you very much. Without wasting time, we want to go straight, to the program. Like my colleague, Dr. Dosumu said, Dr. Dosumu, I'll be supporting, also in the moderation team. I'm in front. My name is Alhaji Ibrahim Aliyu, and also have a colleague who is also seated there, Mr. Godwin. Please, can you also stand up for recognition, please? Thank you very much. On the program, can we quickly have the program also on the screen? I will not waste time on the program, on the screen, because we all have it. But as a reflection, I just want to establish that the program has been approved by the LOC and we are using it as it is. Then after the program, of course, for sure that we need to establish also some hints that will guide the process. And the agenda is fine. You can just go to the hints on the board, on the screen. The hints, please, very important. For every ceremony, for every workshop, for every conference, hints to guide the conference is very, very important. And we have established, some points that are very, very, necessary. Please control your phone ring. As we're here, please control your phone ring. Put it, on a silent mode so that, the workshop can flow very well without interruption. And please avoid side talk. We have high-level people that are seated already here. So if everybody is talking, then I wonder how we'll send the message of what we want. Then speak one, at a time. It's on the board now. Speak one at a time, not two people talking at the same time. Then timekeeper, red and yellow card. Of course, you know, you have been invited to attend this workshop. If we keep you longer than necessary, you will not be happy. So from our side, we have, you know, organized a timekeeper who is at the back there. He has a very beautiful red card and a very beautiful yellow card because we have timing for each presentation. So each presenter, if you have 30 minutes, meaning when you have exhausted at least 20 minutes, you will see yellow card, you know, coming to you. And when the time is over, we will not give one more minute on top. It will be a red card. And we have reason for this so that we don't keep you longer than necessary. Then manage your time effectively. Now the presenter, even those who are contributing, because we allow people also to contribute from time to time. So for those that we are inviting to contribute or that raise their hands to contribute, you have also time limit of not more than 1 minute with some jara of 2 or 3 seconds. Then your time will be up, and then we'll allow somebody else to ask a question. Then the next one is as brief as possible. And of course, once you are brief, we can be able to manage the time. So please be very brief, no loitering. We don't want people, you know, standing up, going here and there, you know, distracting the conference or the workshop setting. This will not be allowed. Then respect different opinions. Please, when anybody is making input or making contribution, please allow the person to finish. Don't interrupt. Don't say, no, we don't want that. No, you have to stop. Please, you know, let us do it more maturely, more professional, so that, you know, we have, you know, the message sent across. So virtually, these are things that we like to, you know, put on. Then the toilets. Once you leave the door here from the right, and then, I mean, you move to the left, the toilets for the ladies, for also the men, are all on the same axis. Never make mistake because it has been clearly marked female, and then of course, you know, male. So don't, for male, don't enter the female toilet, and then for the female, don't also enter the male toilet. I once, you know, moderated a workshop, and somebody said, "What does it mean? Is it not to go to the toilet?" Please, it is not. So just be mindful and see what is on the door, you know, for the toilet. Thank you very much for, you know, the attendance of Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, and the Commissioners for Budget and Planning, the Commissioner for Finance. Thank you very much. And of course, everybody. Not to waste, you know, time. We like, you know, straight to go to the point. I like to invite Dr. Dosumu to please, you know, invite the Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, LOC, to give a welcome, you know, a special guest and welcome address to this gathering. We are so lucky that the names that we have introduced during the big names we are trying to establish protocol, there are no different or difficult names, so to say. I was moderating a workshop in Namibia, and then the names of the Namibians was very difficult for me to mention. And then someone said, dung, dung, dang, zung, zang, zo. I said, wow. Then I asked the person, please, how do I introduce these people? I'm from Nigeria. He said, try it. Just read out what you saw on the paper. And I begged somebody else, you know, to come and do the introduction because the names were difficult. I'm very happy that the names today are very easy, and it shall be easy, you know, for all of us. Please, a round of applause, you know, to everybody while I welcome warmly Dr. Dosumu. Dr. Dosumu, sir.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Ibrahim Haliu, for those kind words. Whether from the private sector or from the public sector, the issue of employment is very germane, as it will lead to the productive endpoint of such sectors. And when we gather here today, we want to come up with some policies, with some ideas, with some cooperations, and providing what we call the pathway that will ensure that, yes, we'll give this sector the necessary courtesy and attention it deserves. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the welcome address, we welcome the Chairman, Conference Planning Committee, who also doubles as the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Olu Ola Aikunola. Please, let's encourage him with our applause as he steps forward. Thank you.
Glory to Almighty God for this beautiful day. I'm indeed excited. Starting on a note of protocol, I want to recognize especially His Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun CON, ably represented here today by Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Engineer Noimot Salako Oyedele. I also want to recognize in a very special way my and our immediate supervisor, and that's the Chief Economic Advisor and Special Advisor to the Governor on Finance, Mr. Dapo Okubadejo. We also have in the House the Special Advisor to the Governor on Budget and Planning, Mr. Olaolu Olabinton. I want to also recognize Mr. Betlef Beth, the team lead for SKY project, that is Skills Development for Youth Employment in Nigeria. Mr. Akinropo Omoware, Head of Component Policy and Strategy, and all GIC functionaries in the House. Let me quickly appreciate and welcome all those recognizing the organized private sectors here. So long a list. To save time, let me adopt the existing well-established protocol. I want to recognize all the participants, physical participants here. We had consciously and deliberately invited just 150 participants here, and thousands of others will be joining online. So you are all highly recognized, and I want to appreciate your punctuality and prompt attendance. Directors, members of the public service here present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I go straight to the crispy speech, the welcome address. As the chairman of the organizing committee of this conference, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you most sincerely to this maiden edition of Employment Conference organized by the state government, supported by GIC Sustainable Economic Development, SEDEC programs at SKY. The theme of this two-day conference, addressing employment and job creation in Ogun State, tapping into the global local opportunities, should be regarded as a wake-up call to all invitees, including public sector policymakers within the state employment and economic development framework, relevant political actors with high influence in statewide economic development planning and resource allocation, the organized private sector networks, that is NASIMA, MAN, NASI, NASME, ASBON, and Ogusima, and many more that are in the house today. The conference, I strongly believe, will reawaken in us a renewed zeal to pursue the one task of promoting topical labor and unemployment issues, as our plenary and panel discussions will be the focal points of the subject. Unemployment is assuming a very frightening dimension globally, and Nigeria as a country must pay attention and act responsibly. The International Labour Organization projects the number of jobless people worldwide to rise to a staggering 208 million this year. In our country, this situation is more dreadful, hence both the national and subnational governments need to devise pragmatic policies and rally the private sector to mobilize investment in the productive sectors and create jobs as we are doing here today. With a report of an overall jobless rate of 33.3% and over 54% in the youth segment, I must therefore urge our informal youth groups, undergraduates, youth corps members, and starter entrepreneurs present here to seize this opportunity available here and now at this conference as avenue to key into the innovations, that is, ways to tackle the phenomenon of unemployment in our state and Nigeria in general. Ladies and gentlemen, we have identified the need for us not to relent in creating friendly business environment for SMEs to thrive and attract investors, initiate programs like this conference that will generate job opportunities as well as attract more investment in areas where we have comparative advantage. You can notice the remarkable steps that the administration of His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun CON has taken in the massive reforms on the public service, tax and revenue systems, and business policies, and they have jointly earned His Excellency remarkable awards from independent bodies. Prince Dapo Abiodun has also strongly taken up the key infrastructure challenges that have stifled SMEs' growth and development in the state by seeking innovative ways to bridge the significant infrastructural gap and at the same time creating an enabling environment in which it is easier to do business. That's why we have quite a number of people from the organized private sector supporting us from time to time. We have them in large number in the house today. I wish to use this opportunity to call on stakeholders to buy into the new vision of this administration in the task of repositioning all the critical sectors of our state for greater performance. All hands must therefore be on deck to see to the creation of the needed synergy that will enthrone viable industrial policy development in the overall benefits of our dear state. A conference of this magnitude is considered unsatisfying without an associated job fair, as yardstick to measure its success. However, for attendant components and in order to accord it the desired attention of a worthwhile fair, we have agreed with our partner, that is GIZ, to postpone the state job fair till the first quarter of year 2024. Once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank GIZ for their commitment, passion, undying support to Ogun State economic development. The organization has been a very active and credible partner, collaborating with us to defuse the jobless time bomb. I thank you once again, and here is wishing all of us a wonderful deliberation and discussion. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the LOC chairman, for that very beautiful welcome. I'd like to quickly recognize Dr. Victor Odemuyiwa from the University of Lagos, all the way from Lagos. I also want to recognize, colleagues from Edo Jobs. I will get the right, names to introduce you properly from Edo Jobs. Again, we don't have time, then we just need to go straight, to the point. If you look at the agenda, for every workshop, for every gathering, there's always a question, why? Why are we gathering? Why? So if we're all seated without publishing, without broadcasting why we're here, then we are not, beginning the conference. Therefore, I have the singular honor to invite, but before he comes to the podium, I want to, ask the media guys to please broadcast the profile of Dr. Detlef Bath, team leader, GIZ. Mr. Godwin, can you please go ahead to broadcast the profile of Dr. Detlef? Please go ahead.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Detlef Bath has 25 years of professional experience within the German International Development Corporation. in Latin America, Africa, the Southeast and West Africa, the South Caucasus, and in Asia. He has working experience in capacity development of private sector institutions and public administration in the field of vocational training, employment promotion, private sector development, good governance, municipal management, decentralization, and public sector reform. Detlef has a Doctor of Administrative Sciences, a PhD from the German University of Administrative Sciences, Speyer, Germany, and a MA in Public Administration from the University of Constance, Germany. He completed a 3-year dual vocational training as a merchant in wholesale and foreign trade certificates by the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me with joining of the hand and the clapping of your hands as we make welcome the team lead, Dr. Detlef Bacht.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Your Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON, Governor of Ogun State, represented by Her Excellency Engineer Noimot Salako Oyedeli, Deputy Governor of Ogun State. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols. I wish to extend my cordial greetings to everyone of you seated here and warmly welcome you to the Ogun State Employment Conference 2023 with the theme Addressing Employment and Job Creation in Ogun State, Tapping into Global and Local Opportunities. The conference is holding at a very crucial time, given the need to take a deep dive into current realities of employment and job creation in Ogun State in the face of the evolving context of work, which both presents challenges and opportunities in the context of employment promotion. As we gather here today, it is essential to stress that the conference has been designed with specific objectives, which I would like to share with you, reflecting our commitment to fostering positive change and sustainable economic development in Ogun State. The objectives of our conference include, first, to foster a comprehensive understanding of the dynamics of employment and job creation in the context of current realities in Ogun State. Second, to explore actionable recommendations to leverage as entry points towards sustainable employment and job creation in Ogun State. Third, to propose policy recommendation to foster inclusive and sustainable employment through conducive employment promotion framework conditions. And fourth, to create a sense of urgency for the setting up of an employment council to provide strategic oversight and coordinate multi-stakeholder collaboration initiatives aimed at supporting the long-term planning for employment and job creation in Ogun State. Throughout the conference, we will explore a wide range of topics, including expert presentations, panel discussions, interactive breakout sessions, and informal networking opportunities. We have also incorporated virtual elements to support hybrid formats, ensuring that everyone can participate regardless of their location. Some of the priority topics which we will address include understanding the role of policy framework in stimulating economic growth and job creation, aligning vocational education training with labor market needs, leveraging on tech innovation for job creation, transitioning from micro-enterprise to industrial economy, understanding the concept of job centers and public employment services, addressing inequalities and promoting inclusive employment opportunities for all, discussing global talent shortage and pathways to regular migration, understanding the role of informal sector and sustainable employment. It's our firm belief that this will consolidate the gains of the just concluded TVET conference, which we had here in Abeokuta in August this year, which recognizes strengthening the TVET ecosystem for improved access to quality training and ensuring relevance of TVET in today's rapidly changing labor markets. As we embark on this 1.5 day high-level conference, I encourage each one of you to actively participate, share your insights, and engage in open discussions. It is through our collective efforts and innovative thinking that we can drive positive change on employment opportunities and create a brighter future for people in Ogun State. I want to express my gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and the local organizing committee, the LOC, but especially the Ogun State government, who have made this conference possible. Thank you, and I wish us all a fruitful and inspiring conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Detlef Bath. Indeed, when Dr. Detlef got to the podium, then since yesterday I thought he's going to call me to ask some few questions about how to pronounce the name of the deputy governor. And surprisingly, he never put up any question and he got the 3 names correct. Please, a round of applause for him. Yeah. In Plateau State at a time, it was time to introduce a guest speaker. And the master of ceremony got about 6 names that will be speaking. One was Dung Dung Rang, the other was Pam Sung Sang, and then the other was Pam Chuk Chak. Then we're asking, are these, names or nicknames? They say they are names, they are native names of the people. Like I said before we started, everybody here is very easy to pronounce his or her name. Thank you very much. From the objective that we got from Detlef, it is very clear, not just reading the objective out, but he has actually given the current realities of employment, in the state. And then he has also stressed that we will exploit, this is very important, we will exploit recommendations from this, conference to see how employment promotion in Ogun State will be, positive in the next years ahead. And that is why we're here. Therefore, after each presentation, we have also provided segments that will break out and make or provide this recommendation. So please be ready to be very open so that we can have, your contributions timely. At this point, I'd like to invite my colleague, Dr. Dosomo, to guide the next process because we have goodwill messages from our special guests who are here. And we hope that the messages will motivate everybody to be seated well and, of course, listen so that at the end, that main theme or that main objective of having recommendation and focus will be had. I'd like to also recognize the Honorable Commissioner for Education Designate. Professor, you're welcome. Please, I need the names of those that we need to recognize in front so that we can announce them. I remember a long time ago, it was time for tea break. And I was greeting somebody. Thank you. Good morning, sir. He said, please don't greet me. I said, why? You didn't introduce me. So we do not want to leave everybody or anybody behind. Please, once there is need to introduce somebody, please let us know. Let the names be in our front. May I invite Dr. Dosumu to please anchor the next session. Dr. Dosumu, thank you very much. Welcome. A round of applause for Dr. Dosumu, please.
Thank you very much, Alaji. The Commissioner Designate and the immediate past Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, one who served meritoriously before being appointed as the Vice Chancellor of Tai Sholari University of Education. You're most welcome, Professor Abayomi Arigbabu. Thank you for joining us. Of course, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture is here with us, Mr. Sam Adiogo. Thank you for being part of this conference as well. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just like my colleague said, we want to have a couple of goodwill messages to indeed give us some pillars and some strength premised on the discussion of which this conference will be. And first, there's a man who is presently serving as the Chief Economic Advisor to the Ogun State Governor, the immediate past Honorable Commissioner for Finance, and presently a Commissioner Designate cleared and just waiting to be sworn in. I'm talking about Mr. Dakpo Uku Badejo. Shall we encourage him as he steps forward?
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dr. Dakpo Abiodun, CON, ably represented by Our Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Engineer Noimot Salako Oyedele, Commissioner Designates, Permanent Secretaries here present, ladies, gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here this morning to witness the maiden edition of the Ogun State Employment Conference. And I think that this particular conference is so important at this point in time, given the significant economic challenges that the whole world actually, not least Nigeria, is currently facing as a result of the global disruption in supply chain due to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and also the unprecedented inflationary pressures that many countries have actually witnessed, which have actually led to a lot of job losses and severe economic challenges currently faced by many, many people. Ogun State is a very, very special state because we're the industrial capital of Nigeria by virtue of the predominance of a lot of the manufacturing companies that are present in Ogun State. And so therefore, it is extremely important that employment and job creation becomes a key economic measure of success for our dear state. And that's why His Excellency has taken a lot of policy initiatives in this area, which the Deputy Governor, of course, we will talk about. The importance of employment and job creation to economic development cannot be overemphasized. And the timing of this conference is so important to address all these areas and also to explore strategic recommendations on how we can better improve employment opportunities within the state as well. I'll use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to GIZ for their continued support, to the government of Ogun State, not only in this area, but in many other areas as well. So please, let us recognize GIZ for their support to the state. In addition, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment that has taken the leadership in this area. And I welcome all of you to this particular meeting conference. And I encourage you to actively participate and enjoy the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful goodwill message. And that is a very, very, motivating. And that, welcome address is actually setting us to look positive. And I'm sure everything will be okay. Also, next on the goodwill message, the program manager or the project, manager for Sky is not here. He has sent his apologies, and I'm sure the team lead is going to, read his goodwill message. May I also invite Dr. Detlef Bath to give the goodwill message of Mr. Tobias Wolfgarten. Mr. Detlef, please come forward. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Prince Dabo Abiodun, CON, the Governor of Ogun State, represented by Her Excellency Engineer Noiwot Salako Oyodeli, Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Honorable Commissioners here present, please permit me to stand on the already existing protocols. I speak here on behalf of the head of program of the GIZ project, Mr. Tobias Wolfgarten, who is unfortunately not able to attend the conference due to short notice assignments. Now I will read his welcome speech. I wish to extend my warm greetings to each one of you and thank you for making out time to be part of the maiden edition of the Ogun State Employment Conference. We are honored and delighted to welcome you from GIZ side to the Ogun State Employment Conference 2023 with the theme Addressing Employment and Job Creation in Ogun State, Tapping into Global and Local Opportunities. Sustainable economic development is one focal area of the German Development Cooperation in Nigeria. The German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ, has been funding several projects in Nigeria focusing on employment creation, micro, small, and medium enterprises, access to finance, technical and vocational education and training, agriculture value chains, development, and migration. The focus of GIZ, which translates to German International Agency for International Cooperation, revolves around supporting partner countries in achieving their development goals and promoting the principles of sustainable development, international cooperation, and social responsibility. The core mandate of GIZ is to capacitate its partner institutions. With this, the GIZ Sky project is supporting its partners across the federal government and 5 states in Nigeria. One of them is Ogun State. The GIZ project, Skills Development for Youth Employment, SKY, commenced in May 2018 and will end this December. We are looking to a second phase till the end of 2026. We expect to get the commission from our government soon. The objective of Sky 1 is to increase the prospects of gainful employment in Nigeria, Nigerian youth aged between 15 and 35. The 5 outputs of Sky are policy and public-private dialogue, capacity building for partner organizations, improving the quality of TVET, promoting of innovative pilot models, and active labor market measures, which translates to employment promotion. In Ogun State, GIZ Sky supported the TVET board in its efforts to provide a higher quality and standardized TVET education with capacity building on strategy and quality curriculum development, quality teacher training. A study tour to Germany with the Ogun Ministry of Education and TVET board was a best practice learning experiences for our partners. Furthermore, GIZ Sky supports the Ogun government with background information on its labor market, with an employment and labor market analysis and capacity building for the delivery of public employment services. Our partners and colleagues know that in the interest of time, I only named some remarkable examples of our successful collaboration. As we are looking forward to the next phase of our project to commence, Sky is open to exchange with the Ogun State government on your priorities and challenges, and to better understand the key areas and initiatives of your change processes. This will help us to jointly identify areas of collaboration to complement your development efforts and to ensure efficient utilization of resources. As we proceed with our discussions during the conference, I encourage each of you to engage openly, share your insights, and explore innovative ideas that can be tailored to our unique local context. As we delve into the global and local opportunities that lie ahead, let us remember the foundation of sustainable job creation lies in education, skills development, and the nurturing of entrepreneurship. I'm optimistic that in this room we are privileged of hosting distinguished government officials who play a pivotal role in shaping the policies and strategies that drive employment and job creation in Ogun State. In conclusion, I wish to express my gratitude to all participants, both from the government and the private sector, who have joined us today. Together, you can pave the way for a brighter and more prosperous future for the people of Ogun State. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for doing a perfect work on that goodwill message, and it was beautifully delivered. One more time, shall we encourage him with our applause? This conference is being organized with the best international standard, and as it is customary, for those of us who will want to connect with the internet facilities, we have them properly put in place for us. The media will give us all the necessary details as it will be displayed on the screen for as many that will want to connect to the internet facilities. You have the Wi-Fi name and of course the password. Never mind when you saw the Wi-Fi 1 name and the password is just to ensure that necessary securities are put in place and they are not hacked such a way that we are properly protected. At this point, Your Excellency, let me welcome to give a goodwill message. When we talk about employment, definitely you must have a budget put in place where we look at the incentives, the wage, and some of the things that will make your employees put in their very best. Special Advisor to the Ogun State Governor on Budget and Planning, Mr. Laulu Olabinton. A round of applause for him.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON, ably represented by Her Excellency the Deputy Governor, Engineer Noimot Salako Oyedele, the Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. Dapo Kubarijo, the Special Advisor to the Governor on Education, Professor Arigbabu, the Head of the GIZ Delegation, Body of Permanent Secretaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here this morning, and I'm indeed excited that we are holding an employment conference. I've seen the program and I've seen the array of speakers. And I want to encourage us, let's dig in, let's come up with solutions, actionable recommendations that will actually move us forward. For me, I have a few thoughts of mine, and I'm simply going to talk about what I think the various stakeholders should be doing in terms of the issue of employment and job creation. For me, from the side of government,
I am of the firm belief that it is not the job of government to employ. We have a population of more than 7 million and growing. Therefore, simply asking government to employ people cannot solve the problem. So for me, job of government is really policy making. Job of government will be creating and sustaining an enabling environment so that businesses can thrive and then employment and job creation can happen. The job of government would include regulation to ensure that there is a fair and level playing field. It will also be the duty of government to enforce the rule of law. And of course, government should also deploy technology and be data-driven as we do all of this. You know, I'm not supposed to deliver a lecture. So if there's anything you think government should still do, please let us know. For the industry or the industrial sector or the employers, I believe the major role they have is what I would describe as thought leadership. Thought leadership. The employers will be employers and industry captains should be at the forefront so that government and then institutions can really understand what they want. What do I mean? There are a lot of people out there who, in my estimation, are not employable. Please note, they are not employable. Those who want to employ do not find them employable. How do we solve this? These prospective employers need to be talking to government and be talking to institutions so that they can understand exactly what they would like to see. I think the industry should also work very closely to the thought leadership. They should be talking and attempting to influence policy and curriculum. Because I believe that we should work on the curriculum. Some of the things that we are teaching today may not be useful to the manufacturer today. For instance, I have an experience with the ACCA, and from time to time, I think about every 4 or 5 years, the ACCA actually comes out to talk to industry leaders. What would you like to see in the future accountant? That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. We should be interacting with industry. What would you like to see in the next generation of engineers? What would you like to see in the next generation of accountants? And I think that will help all of us in making the products employable. For the institutions and the teachers, I think the whole idea is to produce fit-for-purpose graduates. Fit-for-purpose graduates. And we should also focus on skills. What I have seen is there is a lot of focus on knowledge. And so the guy crams some theories and is able to put them down in the exam hall, and then you give him a certificate. But alas, it's totally useless to the man who wants to employ. And then we have a problem. And when I'm talking institutions and teachers, shouldn't only be technical. I'm talking all types of institutions. Our institutions should also focus on entrepreneurship. For the populace or the people are referred to as employment seekers. Let's have a focus on skills. The employer would only employ you for what you can do, not what you know. What you know is important, but if you can't do anything, then I'm not sure they would want to employ you. We must also think about continuous learning and improvement. And then when we leave school, it shouldn't be just about seeking a job. It should also include being industrious, being enterprising, and seeking to become entrepreneurs so that you can also employ. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that at the end of this conference, we would have actionable recommendations that will move all of us forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laolo Labinton, for your kind words, and I'm sure it is indeed making participants of this conference to think outside the box and to come up with some resolutions that will add positively to the employment generation of different states, and of course here in Ogun State in particular. Like you rightly pointed out, education will be result-oriented when it fuses both the theoretical and the practical aspect. And of course, one that is indeed very germane now is the vocational aspect. What you earn by the virtue of your certificates will be translated with what your hands can do. And that's why I would like to recognize the artisan president who is here with us. And I'm very happy because it will also add positively to the members of this sector. Honorable Anthony Ayodele, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, I'll quickly recognize another official from the Ogun State Technical and Vocational Education Board, that's Mr. Lubori Akile. Thank you very much for being here as well. At this point, education is key. Science is beautiful. Technology is where we are, and you must ensure that we'll use it positively to impact in the lives of not only the younger generation, but those that we consider employable or a fruitful result of various sectors that we represent, private or public. And that wise, we welcome to the microphone for his goodwill message, the Special Advisor on Education, Science and Technology. That's the only ministry where you have a commissioner that is combining three big sectors: education, science, and technology. We welcome Professor Abayomi Arigbabu.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON, ably represented by Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Engineer Noimot Salako Oyedele, special advisors to the Governor of Ogun State, members of the team of GIZ, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me just stand on the already established protocols. Well, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here this morning to be part of this very important conference, which actually is focusing on a very important issue of employment and job creation by tapping into local and global opportunities. Recognizing the immense importance and the potentials to our state, let us harness the power of innovation, collaboration, and entrepreneurship to unlock a plethora of opportunities by fostering an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, promoting investment in key sectors, and leveraging our strategic location and connectivity. We can attract both local and global investments that will generate sustainable employment and economic growth. And I want to say that Ogun State in particular is already working in this direction. And for us in the education sector, we are not only looking at the traditional areas that people continue to focus on. We are also working now on repositioning the TVET sector, which we believe will go a long way in addressing the issue of unemployment in the state. To that extent, we have set up a board for the technical and vocational education in Ogun State. We have also put in place governing councils for our technical education schools with a view to ensuring that the institutional development plan that we have revised for these technical colleges are carried out to the letter. I'm sure we all remember how in those days trade centers used to be very, very vibrant in this state. We are working on repositioning our technical colleges so that they can become centers of excellence that can actually equip our youth with the required skills that they can also use their hands and also be employers of labor. We are not stopping there. Of course, His Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, has signed the executive order on Ogun Skills Fund, which will help to train over 10,000 youths. And the intention is to ensure that by the time they finish this training, they will also be supported through some startup funds for them to start on their own and then also become employers of labor. Closely associated with that is the effort in the direction of repositioning the traditional apprenticeship system in Ogun State. That should have been a national thing anyway, because going by the experience we actually saw in Germany, we feel that that particular route is very, very important for us to reposition that particular sector in this country. And when we do that, not only will our youths be gainfully employed, they will also be employers of labor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important for all of us to seize the potentials that lie within Ogun State to pave the way for a prosperous state and, by extension, a prosperous nation. I want to wish you a very robust and very, very worthwhile conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Professor. Thank you very, very much. Next on the agenda is the goodwill message from the President of Ogun SEMA, Engineer Mike Akingbade. Can we please have the profile of Engineer Mike Akingbade, or you just keep it for now because he is also going to save time. And let's save time. We keep it, to the session time. Let me thank everyone, and of course, what we have heard so far. The welcome speech from Engineer, the President of Ogun SEMA, will be followed by a cultural dance of 10 minutes only. Because of the time available to Her Excellency, we know it very well. We don't want to keep her sitting here for long. So we're going to have, the cultural dance for 10 minutes only. And after that, for Her Excellency to know the basis, one of the presentations will be presented, from Dr. John Oyamali from Federal Ministry of Labor, and we have shortened it to 20 minutes and 5 minutes, question and answer session. Then we will listen to the governor's remarks, ably represented by Her Excellency Deputy Governor, and of course group photograph, and we will open the door for her to leave so that we don't keep her time. But I want to use this particular time to specially thank the Deputy Governor for being present here physically. Please, a round of applause for the Deputy Governor, please. May I now invite the President of Ogun, Engineer, to please come forward for his goodwill message. Thank you very much. A round of applause to Engineer. While he's coming, I want to recognize especially Anita Eribo, Acting MD, Edo State Skills Development Agency, as well as Madam Violet Obiakoro, Human Capacity and Organizational Development Specialist, and of course, the immediate past Managing Director of Edo State Skills Development Agency. For us to have robust, conversation here, we have invited people from all over so that we get more. Thank you very much, Engineer. You are welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, Prince Dr. Dapo Abiodun, CON, ably represented by Her Excellency Engineer Mrs. Naimos Salako Yedele, the Commissioner and Special Advisor on Economic Facilities, Honorable Dapo Kubadejo. The commissioners are present. The PAMSEC here present. The team lead of GNZ SEQUA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me stay on the existing protocol for time. I am very delighted to be here this morning, especially to give a goodwill message. Let me first of all congratulate the LOC, led by the indefatigable Permanent Secretary, Dr. Ola Olu Aikulola, for this wonderful job of putting up this event. My special appreciation was to go to the government of Ogun State, led by His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, for this opportunity given us to come together to talk about employment issues. There can't be a better time to organize this kind of thing. Because when we talk about employment, there are many things that are connected with it. And various speakers who have spoken have touched on all the areas where we feel we should be able to do something as a state. This government has not failed in ensuring that the conducive atmosphere for businesses to thrive is provided. Actually, when we talk about employment, employment should be kind of the product of something, and that's the trained people. If you talk about qualitative employment, we are not talking of just employing for employment's sake. Even if anybody is a sweeper on the road, if he's well trained, he will know the safety measures to take. If anyone is a mechanic and is properly trained, the way we handle it will be proficient, and at the end of the day, the employer will enjoy the right kind of services expected of them. But when you look at what is happening, you will see that there's a need for us to talk about employment strategies. How do I mean? If you want to get the best, like somebody said, it is not just go and employ. Who are you employing? What is he or her knowledge? What does he do? How does he do it? Does he know exactly what he's doing? These are the things. The kind of employment we are talking about must be the one that will produce, that will rely on proficiency and skill. And therefore, that's why I am very happy that the government is collaborating with us, the organized private sector, to see that structures are put in place for proper employment, for normal employment, that can generate economic benefits, that can stimulate economic benefit to the state and to the nation. And mostly to do that, government will have to do a kind of regulatory issues. We have to put down certain things. What are the things we want in the employment? What kind of people we want? Their level, their experience, their exposure. These are the kind of things we put so that we can put the right peg in the right hole. For the enhancement of economic activities, the right people must do the right job. And therefore, we must be able to hire the right person. And that's the reason why government and the organized private sector must collaborate very, very strongly, interacting from time to time, reviewing the curricula of employment and other things that will bring the best out of the people. Like somebody said, the German experience is a thing to follow. Because if you're an hairdresser, you must be certified. You must go through certain skill training. If you are a technician, you must know what you want to do. Are you a plumber? What do you do, how you do it? What will be the result of your doing it wrongly? And that is when we can get the best out of the employee. And employment we're talking about is not just to come and serve as a salary earner. It must be such that it should be able to make individual self-reliant. And that is when the economy can start to bubble. So this kind of gathering is very, very, very essential. And I want to seize this opportunity to thank the GIZ Sky for their involvement and support at all times. I believe with what we have started and the leadership being shown by the state government, will go places. So I hope, I pray that at the end of this session, we'll have a better deal to bring up the employment status of the state, and therefore enhance the economy of the state and individual members of the organized private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The head of service, Ogun State, Mr. Kolaole Peter Fagbo, is ably represented here today by the Permanent Secretary, Bureau of Public Service Reforms, in person of Mr. Jola Oyene Emena. You're most welcome. Thank you for joining us. Right. You generate employment through various means. There are those that are formal, and there are ones that are informal. For those that are informal, they stimulate you to right thinking. One of such informal employment that we have generated in Ogun State is in the next set of people that will come up. They work in the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, and they have done the state proud in so many competitions. Let's welcome the award-winning cultural troupe of Ogun State as they spice this conference with a bit of entertainment, dance, and drums.
sunkún ara wa. A kò máa péjọ sunkún ara wa. A kò máa péjọ sunkún ara wa. Ó pé ìyẹ́ gbèdé o yẹ́yẹ́yẹ́ easy yẹ́yẹ́yẹ́ o GIZ gbèdé o yẹ́yẹ́yẹ́ yẹ́yẹ́yẹ́ o GIZ gbèdé o yẹ́yẹ́yẹ́ yẹ́yẹ́yẹ́ o GIZ gbèdé o. Ó yá mo pé eré o là ó fọ̀ máa yò ó ṣe ná ìmọ̀túndọ̀ máa yò ó. Eré o là ó fọ̀ máa yò ó ṣe ná ìmọ̀túndọ̀ máa yò ó. Eré o là ó fọ̀ máa yò ó ṣe. Ó yá mo pé ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ ká ẹ̀ṣẹ́ wẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ ká ẹ̀ṣẹ́ ìjọ ògòdó ìjọjọ́ ìgúrò ògbó. Ọmọ ògòdó ìjọjọ́ ìgúrò ògbó. Ìjọ ògòdó ìjọjọ́ ìgúrò ògbó. Ọmọ ògòdó ìjọjọ́ ìgúrò ògbó. Ìjọ ògòdó ìjọjọ́ ìgúrò ògbó. Bóyá mo léèrè náà tèrè ẹni tí ò lọ́lá kò gbọ́dọ̀ bá wa dáṣà. Ẹni tí ò lọ́lá kò gbọ́dọ̀ bá wa dáṣà. Ẹni tí ò lọ́lá kò gbọ́dọ̀ bá wa dáṣà. Bóyá bọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yọ, bọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yọ, bọ́lọ́wọ́ yọ tirẹ̀ máa yọ tèmi o. Bọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yọ, bọ́lọ́wọ́ yọ tirẹ̀ máa yọ tèmi o. Bọ́lọ́wọ́ yọ tirẹ̀ máa yọ tèmi o. Bọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yọ, bọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yọ, bọ́lọ́wọ́ yọ tirẹ̀ máa yọ tèmi o. Bọ́lọ́wọ́ yọ tirẹ̀ máa yọ tèmi o. Mo pé màá fi agbóhùnre ṣe àtẹ̀wọ́ mi gbàlájà o. Màá fi agbóhùnre ṣe àtẹ̀wọ́ mi gbàlájà o. Màá fi agbóhùnre ṣe àtẹ̀wọ́ mi gbàlájà o. Màá fi agbóhùnre ṣe. Mo pé àtẹ̀wọ́ mi gbàlájà o. Màá fi agbóhùnre ṣe. Àtẹ̀wọ́ mi gbàlájà o. Màá fi agbóhùnre ṣe. Àtẹ̀wọ́ mi gbàlájà o. Màá fi agbóhùnre ṣe. Láyìí máa o, ọ̀pọ̀ sàlákà o, orí ẹ̀. Láyìí máa o, ọmọ sàlákà o, orí rẹ̀ kó má ṣe burú láyé. Láyìí máa o, àyà sàlákà o, orí owó, òun lórí rẹ̀. Láyìí máa o, àyà sàlákà o, orí rẹ̀ kó má ṣe burú láyé. Ó yá mo pé àbí owó bí ọmọ. Wọ́n lé wa. Bí owó bí ọmọ. Wọ́n lé wa. Bí owó bí ọmọ. Wọ́n lé wa. Ó yá mo pé ìyá máa bá wọn lọ láì mọ́tò máa bá ròde. Ìyá máa bá wọn lọ ní ọdún máa bá ròde. Ó dájú máa rohun mo bọ̀ wálé. Ó dájú máa rọlá mo bọ̀ wálé. Ìyá máa bá wọn lọ GIZ máa. Ó dájú máa rọlá mo bọ̀ wá. Ó dájú máa rọgbọ́n níbẹ̀ kọ́. 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 Rọgbọ́n níbẹ̀ kọ́. Aha. Àwa náà rè o, olùrè àwa dé. Adéwẹ́rẹ́ àwa náà rè o, àwa náà rè o, olùrè àwa dé o. Bóyá ẹ̀yà ẹsẹ̀ kéńgé ó bá jíjọ́ àwa ẹ̀ kò mí o, ẹ̀yà abẹ́sẹ̀. Ó bá jíjọ́ àwa ẹ̀ kò mí o, ẹ̀yà abẹ́sẹ̀. Bóyá.
Please let's encourage one more time with our applause. Thank you very much, the cultural troupe from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. I was watching closely and Dr. Berth was just looking curiously, perhaps thinking, will I be able to do some dancing steps this morning? Right. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're about hearing from the #1 citizen of the Gateway State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor. One wonders, she is indeed leading beautifully, projecting the light of the Gateway State wonderfully, and of course, in the professional line, showing that where the society tagged men are doing wonderfully well, women are indeed surpassing the targets and the results that we have given. In that wise, we welcome Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Engineer Nohimot Salako Oyedele, to deliver the address of His Excellency and to formally declare this conference open. If you are indeed happy about the beautiful results of women, let's put our hands together.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you. The Chief Economic Advisor to the Governor and Commissioner Designate, Mr. Dapo Okubadejo. The Special Advisor on Budget and Planning, also Commissioner Designate, Mr. Olaolu Olabinton. The Special Advisor on Education and Commissioner Designate, Professor Abayomi Arigbagu. All other government appointees who are here. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and also head of the local organizing committee for this event, Dr. Olu Ola Aikulola. All other permanent secretaries who are here present, especially the Permanent Secretary representing the head of service. The team lead for the GIZ Sky project, Dr. Betlev Bath. The President of Ogun Sima, Engineer Mike Akingbade. The first Vice President of Ogun Sima, Mr. Nii Oshiemi. The Chairman of Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, Mr. Kayode Okwesomi. The President of Ogun State Cooperative Federation, Alhaji Wasiu Olaleye. The President of the Organized Private Sector Network, Dr. Femi Egbeshola. The Head of the Artisans Association, the Director of the Employment and Wages from the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, who is also a keynote speaker, Dr. John Inyamali. All other members of the organized private sector who are here, the numerous people who have joined us virtually. I recognize members of the local organizing committee, all other directors and members of Ogun State government who are here, distinguished guests, award-winning Ogun State cultural troupe, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to be here today to represent His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON, who is unavoidably absent. Here are his remarks. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the Ogun State Employment Conference 2023, organized by the Ogun State Government and GIZ Sky. I want to commend the local organizing committee led by Dr. Olu Ola Aikulola and everyone who has worked hard to put this event together. Today, we gather here to address one of the most pressing challenges facing our state and our nation, unemployment. With a median age of 18 years, Nigerian youths account for about 40% of Nigeria's population. While unemployment affects all age groups, youth unemployment is a crisis which must be addressed as a matter of urgency. I therefore thank GIZ for partnering with Ogun State to discuss how we can tap into both local and global opportunities to create more employment and provide better livelihoods for our people. Unemployment is not just a statistic. It is a harsh reality that affects the lives of our youth and their families. It is a challenge that we must tackle head-on if we want to build a prosperous and sustainable future for our state and our country. This is why this conference is so vital and of utmost importance. We have gathered here experts, entrepreneurs, and policymakers from both within and outside our state and our country to share their experiences, insights, and strategies for job creation. We will learn from their successes and failures, and will identify the best practices that can be applied in our unique context. This conference, which is a follow-up of the National Employment Conference, will address issues peculiar to Ogun State, the gateway state, the nation's industrial capital, with its high youth population and its high migrant population. It will also serve as an advocacy to critical stakeholders and also address the critical issue of the skills gaps that exist between employers and prospective employees. Ogun State is blessed with a strategic location and abundant natural resources that can be leveraged to attract both local and global investment. We have a vibrant agricultural sector, a thriving manufacturing sector, and rich cultural heritage that can be harnessed to create jobs and stimulate economic growth. By tapping into these opportunities, we can create a conducive environment for businesses to thrive and to create employment opportunities for our people. In addition to our local resources, we must also embrace globalization and take advantage of the opportunities it presents. The world is more interconnected than ever before, and we must position ourselves to tap into the global value chain. We must encourage innovation, entrepreneurship, and technological advancements that can create new industries and job opportunities for our youth. However, we cannot do this alone. We need the support and collaboration of all stakeholders, the private sector, civil society organizations, development partners, and our educational institutions. Together, we can create an ecosystem that fosters entrepreneurship, enhances skill development, and promotes job creation. To achieve our goals, we must address the skills gap that exists in our workforce. We need to ensure that our education and training institutions are equipping our youths with the skills and knowledge needed to secure gainful employment. We must also create an enabling environment that encourages small and medium-sized enterprises to thrive, as they are the backbone of our economy and the largest employers of labor. The choice of the theme for this employment conference, addressing employment and job creation in Ogun State, tapping into the global and local opportunities, is not only apt but instructive, considering our resolve in making youth employment one of the cardinal points of our Ishaya mantra as encapsulated in the Building Our Future Together agenda of this government. There is an obvious nexus between economic development, illiteracy, unemployment, and insecurity. And with this perspective, our administration has since 2019 launched a lot of initiatives to stimulate the local economy and empower our teeming youths. Some of the notable achievements we have recorded in the area of employment and job creation include the establishment of the Ogun State Bureau of Job Creation and the subsequent launching of the Ogun Jobs Portal, an initiative which has been taking a lot of our people out of unemployment, while at the same time targeting better career chances for employed people and business owners. The portal was designed to prepare the residents of Ogun State to fit into appropriate sectors while currently revitalizing all sectors of our economy. We have improved on our ease of doing business by leveraging on the World Bank Ogun State Economic Transformation Project, OGSTEP, facility towards the financing of the project through the strengthening of our agricultural value chains, developing skills, and fortifying the business environment. The establishment of the Ogun State Enterprise Development Agency under the supervision of the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to provide clear-cut support services for medium and small scale enterprises to thrive in the state, an avenue for all these MSME operators towards forming common front and charting a good course for the development of their enterprises. The establishment of the Ogun State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency with a mandate to attract investors into the state, coordinate the private sector investment, and streamlining processes and procedures to ease the investors' journey to setting up their operations successfully in Ogun State. We have had capacity building for over 4,500 entrepreneurs across the state to enable them access financing and scaling up opportunities for their businesses. The creation of Ogun State Tech Hub along Kobakwe Road has created an enabling environment for kids and young technocrats to network, socialize, and brainstorm under the State Bureau of Information and Communication Technology. The Bureau also operates a data center hosting many beneficial servers used by our MDAs. We have created the Ogun State Land Administration and Revenue Management System, OLAMS, which has eased land acquisition for investors in the state. Just last week, at the 2023 Teachers' Day, our administration approved the immediate employment of 1,000 teachers currently serving in the Ogun State Teach scheme permanently into the Ogun State Teaching Service to demonstrate our commitment to reducing unemployment in the state and also reducing the deficit of teachers in both our primary and secondary schools. We have also approved the engagement of additional 2,000 interns into the Ogun Teach program. Ladies and gentlemen, Ogun State has its own airport. We have an aerotropolis created around our new airport in the Ikweru-Ileshan axis of the state. This aerotropolis has within it a special agro-processing zone. It will have a dry port and logistics hub, the airport itself, industrial estates, and a quality assurance center. All of these, when complete, would also give us prospective employment for about 30,000 people in the state. In addition to this, we are supporting our TVET sector to provide needed skilled manpower to meet the additional demand for technical skills by all these industries that are coming into the state. And as you heard earlier, we have set up the Ogun Skills Fund to train about 10,000 youths to make them employable in all these new investments. All these and many others are the various programs and interventions that our administration has put in place to combat the scourge of unemployment in the Gateway State. And many more of this type of conference will be organized to address this issue and continue to create opportunities to push down unemployment in Ogun State. Based on this, I want to use this medium to implore the good people of Ogun State, especially the youth, to take advantage of these various initiatives and programs for their skills acquisition and to shun all forms of social vices, cultism, and violence. In conclusion, I want to assure you that our administration remains committed to the restructuring and repositioning of the state to sustain its prime status as the commercial and industrial hub of the nation. I'm confident that by leveraging both local and global opportunities, we can address the challenge of unemployment in our state. This conference is just the beginning of a journey towards a more prosperous and inclusive Ogun State. I urge you all to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and work together to chart a path towards sustainable job creation. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to formally declare open this 2023 Ogun State Employment Conference. I wish you very fruitful deliberations and look forward to actionable policy recommendations. I thank you all for listening and God bless. Thank you
very much, ma'am. Your Excellency, please, we'd like to ask that we still wait. We invite the Commissioner Designate, Dr. Beth, and Engineer Akibadi to have a photo session with you. And while we do that, we congratulate and we rejoice with the entire girl child in the world, because today is the International Day for the Girl Child, just to raise awareness. We invite the chairman local organizing committee to also join them and the representative of the head of service as well. Thank you very much. We also want to say a very big thank you to the non-governmental organizations that are here, the NGOs that are ably represented. Incidentally, the team lead of the NGO is also celebrating his birthday today. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, congratulations. Apostle Tola Adeleke. Thank you. Congratulations. Right after this photo session, we just have a very short tea break and we can reconvene for the main session for the day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's get seated. Let's sit back. Sit down so that we can continue. Thank you very much. And please let us give ourselves a round of applause, please. We have finished step one. Step one is opening ceremony. And we are lucky the Deputy Governor has declared the workshop open. Now we also want to declare the workshop open. And how do we declare the workshop open? Tea break is ready. And with the tea break, we declare the workshop also open. Please, a round of applause for everyone. At the back here, tea has been arranged. Let us do it orderly. Let us do it orderly. I will suggest that those who are sitting from the round tables at the back, please go for your tea break from this angle. Please go for your tea break. We have only 20 minutes for the tea break. You can as well bring your tea to your table and continue doing justice to the tea for 20 minutes. I also employ those that are at the back there to please move to the point. We have 2 points for tea break. And then I will do it quickly so that the next batch can go, instead of getting the place crowded. And we have big people here. We don't need to promote, crowd. So there is also crowd control so that we can do it orderly and, smoothly. So please, I'm not seeing people stand up for tea. Please stand up and go for tea so that we can save time. It is now time for tea break, 20 minutes. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. And light music, please. Let light music, continue. Light music. Music that suits tea break, don't make the one that music that suits tea break, please.
Been around the world, I done kissed a lot of girls, so I'm guessing that it's true. Make me holler and I bet $1 million. Nobody kissing like you. Nobody kissing like you. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, nobody kissing like you. Nobody kissing like you.
want to go there. Let me get there, I want to go there. Let me get there, I want to go there. Hey. Watch out, listen. Weekend, you are trending again. Weekend, you are trending again. Weekend, you are trending again. Trending again, trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Trending again, trending again. Say. Somebody watch the mix, watch the mix. 1, 2, 3, go!
Continue. We do not have the whole time for tea. We don't, sorry. We don't. Please, the people from this serving point, you can also move to the next serving point here that is empty, not with much people, so that you can have your tea and then come back. Please reduce the number from this side, from the left, from the right. Please move to the left. The queue is a bit less. Please go there so that we can start early. Thank you. But let me, emphasize that in the next 3 minutes we will start. So 3 minutes only we have. I'm sorry. Let me also quickly recognize the presence of the delegates from Plateau State. This conference is very important to not only GIZ, but we also think it's also important to the state government in Ogun. Because experience sharing is very key. When we share experience, that also helps us a lot. So beyond participants from Ogun State, we have extended invitation to the federal delegates. We have the director from the Federal Ministry of Labor. This is federal. And then we have also from Lagos, professors, and captains of industry leads. They are also here. And we have also invited Plateau State. They are also here. May I recognize the presence of the representatives from the Microfinance Development Agency plus MIDA. They are here. It's not easy flying from traveling first by road to Abuja, and then catching up a flight to Lagos, and again traveling by road to Abeokuta. And we have also Mr. Victor Dial, Director Research. We have also Mr. Samuel Phillips, Director Monitoring and Evaluation, all from Plateau State. Thank you very much for coming. Also from Edo team, we have very energetic, I would say young man, but young man, let me put it that way. The former Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment and Sustainability, Mr. Joel Denwe, is here as well. We hope, these people and their participation will actually add value, to the conference results. We are looking at how to improve the conference results, not just to improve, to identify, to develop the conference results, and of course use them as way forward, to design or develop action plan that will be to the benefit of the state. We don't have time, like I said. We just have to start. I am very sorry. At this point, we will go to the next on the agenda, which is keynote presentation. If you look at the time, this is 11:20, or 12:25 from my watch. And if you look at the program, you'll see that plus the tea that we have exhausted, then we should be about 20 minutes behind. But I know we will cover. I know that one. We will cover by the special grace of God. Next on the agenda is keynote presentation 1. And this is understanding the role of policy framework in the stimulating economy, growth, and job creation. And of course, this will specifically looking at pathways to sustainable employment and decent jobs. No other person is going to deliver this paper than Dr. John Yamali, Director from Federal Ministry of Education in Abuja. Before you come, sir, I will welcome you, warmly. Before you come, sir, let me also explain the structure of how this session will look like. We'll have 20 minutes presentation from Dr. John, and I will allow also 10 minutes for question and answer. And what does it mean? It means when Dr. John is presenting his keynote, there should be information that, interests us that will trigger, questions. So I expect that you ask Dr. John. He will still be on the podium to answer your questions. Where you are hesitant, you don't want to ask questions, then I have more difficult questions that I've designed that I will put across to the audience. But I think it's better for you to really ask questions from your end than to allow me, because I'll be more critical when I ask. Anyway, I'm just joking. Don't feel too bad. No big question is coming that will not make you to answer. Do we have the profile of Dr. John already? We don't have. Okay, no problem. Dr. John, may I at this point, from the organizing team, Amile, we already requested that I want to see 2 young ladies that will be welcoming speakers. Each time the speakers are ready, I will go down the podium again with my same dress to welcome them. This is not good enough. Let us have changes. Let us see people who will be working to welcome the speakers. Beautiful faces to make the workshop or the conference, look more, glamoring. You don't need to see my face as many times as I don't like. Let me put it that way. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to warmly welcome Dr. John to the podium for his paper. Please, a round of applause to Dr. John, to present his paper. 20 minutes for the paper, 10 minutes, for question and answer. You're welcome, sir.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Let me quickly recognize, in as much as we want to stand on the existing protocol, appreciate the Governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON, ably represented here today by Engineer Selako Oyedele. I also want to recognize and appreciate all government appointees here today, the GIZ and its team lead, Dr. Deflect. And I would like to bring to you greetings from the Honorable Minister of Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment, His Excellency Barrister Bako Simon Lalong. And my own name is Nyamali John Audu. I work with the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, and I'm the director in charge of employment and wages. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today, to be part of this conference of distinguished and renowned experts in the field of employment and development. Your presence here today is an indication of your commitment to contributing your own quota towards addressing the problem of unemployment, which has already weakened the foundation of our existence as a nation. The timelessness of this conference and the appropriateness of this theme, which is addressing employment and job creation in Ogun State, tapping into global and local opportunity, underscores the urgency with which we must act to channel the effort of the youth in Ogun State into productive ventures, thereby contributing to the development of this great state and the nation at large. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to move from a broader and wider view of the theme of our gathering to a topic that is of immense interest to the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. That is, understanding the role of policy framework in stimulating economic growth and job creation. The Ministry of Labor and Employment is charged with the responsibility of initiating and implementing the employment and wages policy of the federal government of Nigeria. A recognition of the imperative of policy framework in charting the sustainable pathway out of unemployment debacle, the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment developed what we now come to know as the National Employment Policy, which was recently reviewed. The review of the National Employment Policy was born out of the need to come up with additional strategies that we adopt to further stimulate employment-intensive growth and raise labor absorption capacity of the Nigerian economy. It was also intended to develop new strategies which will address the challenges of unemployment, underemployment, and poverty, while creating economic opportunities for productive and remunerative employment for Nigerians. The review was further justified by the need to come up with measures to strengthen existing coordination mechanism, to streamline employment generation efforts in the economy, and ensure synergy in the use of scarce resources. In avoiding pitfalls of past approaches, this administration is guided by the need to start on a sound footing by providing stakeholders with a framework that will guide all seeking to address the problem of unemployment and employability of Nigerians. Government has come to the realization that if millions of productive jobs are to be created to meet challenges of mass unemployment, the internal robustness of employment policy must necessarily be strengthened. This is so because even if the policy environment is conducive, it cannot turn an outdated employment policy to an effective job creation process. The current national employment policy is therefore a wide-ranging and overarching policy framework which seeks to ensure policy coherence among different existing and mutually reinforcing policy documents in Nigeria, to provide guidelines on pathway to secure sustainable livelihood through available, productive, decent work, it emphasizes that employment promotion is a national priority that should receive intensive and deliberate national and subnational attention immediately in the years ahead. Distinguished guests and other participants, the employment trends in Nigeria indicate that without a concerted effort to holistically tackle the problem of unemployment and underemployment from a policy perspective, the situation will get worse. The promotion of gainful employment has therefore become imperative for the eradication of poverty and social exclusion in the country. Let me at this junction, ladies and gentlemen, mention that in designing strategies to fast-track employment creation, the current administration is taking cognizance of the fact that a policy framework is much likely to be successful if it anticipates future challenges or requirements rather than reacting to them ex post. For this and other reasons, the Ministry of Labor and Employment is moving away from past approaches where strategies for poverty alleviation were a response to a crisis or a temporary social measure to mitigate the impact. The challenge before us today is to anticipate future labor supply and strategize proactively to match it with demand by facilitating structured changes in the productive sectors of the economy. Let me assure you here today that the Review National Employment Policy is a veritable instrument in addressing increasing disparity between economic growth and low capacity within the economy and to create decent and sustainable employment. To this end, the creation of decent work is at the crux of all strategies and initiatives of the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment in recognition of its key role as economic driver. In addressing the perennial unemployment problem, the present administration is aware that no one arm of government has the solution to all its problems. All hands must therefore be on deck. Participatory governance demands that all stakeholders get actively involved in policy formulation, implementation, and monitoring. The National Employment Policy outlines the roles of state and local government in employment creation. I hereby employ Ogun State government to study the document and implement its roles within a view of creating decent jobs for its populace. Interestingly, the convocation of this conference is propelled by symbiotic relationship in which the interests of Ogun State and that of the federal government are interdependent, interactive, and mutually reinforcing. Ladies and gentlemen, our development partner, the International Labour Organization, ILO, has consistently advocated for promoting a pro-employment macroeconomy framework. The heading to macroeconomic framework adopted and implemented in Nigeria while making an important contribution to the goal of macro stability paid insufficient attention to the way in which macroeconomic policy instruments either help or hinder employment creation and poverty reduction. In the standard framework that has involved since the days of structural adjustment program of the 80s and 90s, and that has remained till today intact during the 20s, the emphasis has been on attaining key nominal targets pertaining to debt, deficit, and inflation. The rationale is that attaining such targets in the medium to long term will engender a predictable macroeconomic environment that is crucial for supporting growth and hence employment creation. It is now apparent that macroeconomic stability is necessary, but by no means sufficient to engender inclusive, job-rich growth. As we are already aware, Nigeria does not lack the necessary institutional framework or policy framework essential for the accomplishment of its employment and development goals. Rather, high level of unemployment and chronic poverty in the country are attributable to flawed and contradicting macroeconomic policy regime in a predominantly informal economic structure. Therefore, it is crucial to support existing institutions such as the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, which is responsible for the implementation of the national employment policy in the country, in coordinating employment creation strategies across ministry, departments, agency, other institutions such as the Federal and State Ministry of Finance, the Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning, and State Ministry for Planning and the Central Bank of Nigeria to be engaged as partner with the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment for employment generation. There is also the need to define a new multi-target macroeconomic policy framework in Nigeria. Monetary policy in the country should target not only price stabilization through inflation reduction, but also the creation of decent employment and poverty reduction and maintenance of balance of payment equilibrium. For monetary policy to be employment friendly, it must, 1, place job creation at the center of all its monetary policy, become consistent with job creation, set target for inflation within a range, adopt a dual mandate for central bank, encompassing price stability and full employment. 4, strengthen supervisory and regulatory functions to promote effective and sufficient system of financial intermediation, ensuring an adequate supply of credit for small and young firms and startups. Enhance financial inclusion of the poor, mobilize resources to provide unbanked persons and small enterprises, being mindful of interest level and superior debt. 7, use transparent and consistent criteria and facilitate allocation of credit to enhance productivity and booster job creation, in particular for women and structural transformation. Finally, evaluate distributional and gender impact of monetary policy, that is, interest rate, reserve policies, lending, and loan guarantees. In the same vein, employment-centered fiscal policy should, 1, adopt a counter-cyclical fiscal policy stance that work hand in hand with monetary policy, build up capacity and institutional arrangement to maintain fiscal portfolio that comprise a balanced mix of automatic stabilizers such as unemployment insurance, social protection, together with discretionary countercyclical measures. 3, mobilize resources to provide fiscally sustainable support to public works program, unemployment-intensive public investment in infrastructure, employment guarantee scheme, training and retraining, other active labor market policies. 4, provide tax and financial incentive for small and young firms to enable them employ more labor. Engender fiscal space by reallocating expenditure using tax and financial incentive, and use resources to explicitly support gender equality. Broaden the tax base, use gender-responsive budgets as monitoring tool, sustain investment in rebuilding critical fiscal infrastructure, especially electric supply, road, airports, telecommunication. This will facilitate business startup and expansion through reduction in cost of doing business. 9, sustain investment in social goods and services such as basic education, tested cash transfer, child benefits, and primary health care services to the poor. 10, increase capital investment in the power sector by investing in alternative source of energy through the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, to power independent power plants across the country. Similarly, pro-employment exchange rate policy and capital account management should, among others, have this. 1, get towards a stable real exchange rate and avoid overvaluation. Build up foreign exchange reserve as a prudential buffer for self-insurance against market volatility. Avoid excessive accumulation. Engage in active capital account management by reducing the impact of disruptive short-term capital flow and thus reduce exposure to international financial volatility and speculations. Monitor external borrowing, currency mismatch by resident firms and banks. The last but not the least, ensure conditions for cross-border long-term financial and productive investment that can stimulate structural transformation and employment creation tools. Ladies and gentlemen, let me at this junction emphasize that in view of commodity dependence, high-level informality, and working poverty, and a fast-expanding labor force, microeconomic policy in Nigeria should widen its focus from a stabilizing role to a transformative role which actively target decent and productive employment. That is, inclusive sustainability in the economy. In this regard, 3-pronged approaches recommended by ILOs are this: direct employment creation, where policy space allows; resolving macroeconomic imbalances that retard employment generation; and 3, advancing structural transformation and supporting complementary sectoral and labor market policy can increase aggregate demand in the economy without unduly increasing imports while expanding domestic supply. We must therefore move away from past approaches where strategies for job creation and poverty alleviation were a response to a crisis or a temporary social measure to mitigate the impact. We must begin to anticipate future labor demand and proactively strategize to match it with supply by facilitating structural changes in the education sector. I am therefore convinced that the implementation of the suggestions canvassed in this presentation and those that will be made in subsequent presentation during this conference will contribute to the realization of one of the goals of national employment policy, which is to provide the fullest possible opportunity for each worker to qualify for and use his or her skill, endowment in a job for which he or she is well suited, irrespective of race, sex, religion, political opinion, physical disability, national extraction, ethnic or social origin. You can therefore appreciate the economy of the task before you. The enormity of the task before you. However, with the caliber of resource persons I have seen, on the program and other experts in this hall, I have no doubt in my mind that you have what it takes to make useful recommendations, which when implemented will halt and begin to revise the unemployment situation in Ogun State and Nigeria at large. We must rise to the occasion and take our destiny in our hands so as to save our generation and generations yet unborn from enslavement to penury and perpetual poverty. Thank you for your attention.
Please, a round of applause to Dr. John, please. Thank you very much, Dr. John. Highlights from this presentation look very interesting. He has, emphasized to say that unemployment has weakened the productivity venture of our economy. This is a very strong point. He has also mentioned that there is already a review of the national employment policy, and then mainly to look at, strategies to improve, employment. He has also talked about, strengthening measures and synergies to reduce, managing resources. And he has also talked about, decent work, decent job. And then also talked about, microeconomic stability, which is very key. And then he has also, said, it is not that we don't have policy, but, additional inputs, galvanizing other, inputs from every corner, especially also involving the Federal Ministry of Education as a lead, then, with the Ministry of Finance, Federal Ministry of Finance, CBN and others. Now, it is time for questioning. But let me also say this. It might not be necessarily question. It could be that from the presentation, you have identified something that is very key that will actually improve the system. Then you want to contribute, okay? It could be, comments in general. So I'm not limiting the questions only. I can see one hand already up. I can see the second one. I can see the third one. And I can see the fourth and fifth. And please, this will be the number. So you, number one, please take note. Number one, and then Felix is number two, and then I have number three, then I have also number four. Then I will look at the time, if I could allow number 5 and 6, because I told you we have, a lot, to cover. Now, number one. Number one, please, the microphone. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Adeshola Afari Ogun. I'm the Executive Director of African Foundation for Environment and Development, an NGO based in Ota, Ogun State. First of all, I want to commend Dr. John Inyamali for the very good presentation. Well done, sir. What I want to add, sir, is that you've actually given us enough insights into on how to go into this. But for Ogun State, I think we need something like Ogun State Employment Generation Council to be in place, which we probably have as members, government, the civil society, the private sector, very, very important, and also the international development partners, that will make it a robust council and will do justice to issue of employment generation in Ogun State. Now, the other issue is looking at the decent job, sir. From what you have said, I come from a part, Adudota local government, which happens to be the economic nerve center of Ogun State, where we have a lot of companies working there. The issue of casual workers also needs to be factored into decency when you talk of jobs. Because when you have somebody that is a casual worker for 16 years, I don't know how to place that. And lastly, sir, for employment generation, we have a challenge in terms of power, that is electricity. Because in our area, it's something that has become a big monster, and I'm still here to know how to resolve that. So I don't know if you can have any insight into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see multiple questions, multiple. And I know, Dr. John, there are some that you will answer. And from my point, I think also there are some that the documentation team will also write as a note, so that we can take it to the action plan, borrowing from what you said. It's like there is something to borrow, from what you say. We'll say, please, you can respond. Thank you very much.
Okay, I thank you very much, my brother there. You've talked about Ogun State Employment Council, the establishment of Ogun State Employment Council. I think that is a comment. Yeah, Ogun State officials are here. If they think that the Employment Council can help, why not? They will do everything possible to ensure that those councils is established. Casual workers, the labor law is very explicit on the issue of casual workers. I think that most of us don't report things to the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. The law stated very clearly that you can only work for 3 months. And that 3 months, after that 3 months, you must be confirmed as a worker. If that is not done, report to the Federal Ministry of Labor. One thing about us, Nigerians, is that we like to say, God day. God will not come down to put what you are supposed to do yourself and do it for you. Always ask questions and take the bull by the horn and report matters that you think are not convenient to the appropriate authority. The Ministry of Labor is everywhere in the country, and I think we have 2 offices in Ogun State. We have the regional office and we have the state office. So please, casual, nobody is allowed to work as casual for more than 3 months. That is the law that is the Labor Act. Thank you. And then you talk about power generation. That is a little bit beyond me. It's everything that everybody wants. And in my paper, I said it very clearly that the only way we can have economic development and by virtue increasing employment is to allow private, to allow independent power generation to start. So in addition to the distribution, EDCs and others, so that we can have enough power to generate our industries, especially the informal and small-scale industries. They need this power. And I think the government of Nigeria is doing everything possible to ensure that this will be a thing of the past, maybe before the end of the year or the first quarter of the year, of next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answers, to the question. And number 2 is Felix. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Niamali, thank you so much for coming here. And also thank you for this deep diving and also future focused presentation.
Thank you.
Very interesting to me, thank you. Concerning the NEP and maybe also the collaboration between state and federal and implementation. I think one of the big challenges, what I also read in the analysis of the NEP was that there was a very detailed plan, like how to implement it on state level, but then also it said the challenge was the allocation of funds on the local level, and I think that a concrete work plan that different agencies actually knew what their role is on the level on the ground. So for me, the question or maybe the comment or thought is, how can this be addressed that in the future these big plans, because you said there's no lack of policy, and I agree, can be then basically drilled down to the level where actually the implementation takes place. How can that local and federal government collaborate stronger on this? And I think this is not just a question to Dr. John now, but rather to the audience not maybe right now, but in the future, how a collaboration can be established. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Felix. That's a very good one. And I also like what you said now. This is not definite question to Dr. John, but of course he could make comment. It's also something that is on the table for everyone to look at it and then see how it benefits, and then we incorporate the need for integration, the need for collaboration, the need for partnerships within all the relevant stakeholders that will make and drive, the policy, since the policy already exists. It's not that we don't have. Dr. John.
Yes, thank you, Felix. I'm sure you are very aware of the national employment policy. The policy is available. In my paper, I said Ogun State can dive into the employment policy and study it and begin to implement things that are in there. The policy is rich, and I am sure if you go into the policy and look at it, you will agree with me that if you dive into it and begin to implement the policy in your different states, you will enjoy you will learn a lot of things from it. It's not a hidden policy. You request for it, you get it. It's even in the Ministry of Labor's net. You can find it there and study it and try and do whatever it is that you need to do to generate employment in your state. I said so in my paper very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have 2 questions already, and we have the third one. Please let me appeal to you. This session, I am very delighted, very happy, because I can see more hands, coming up, meaning the paper was well presented, and you understood the context, and you also have formulated the questions that you want to ask. But because of time, and I do not want to offend anybody, during lunch, I want to greet you and please you answer me. Because this is the time that the moderator is always in problem. People don't want to greet him because he has not allowed them to talk. But like I said, we have time frame. We have time frame. So I will allow number 3 talk. And Caroline, you also want to ask question. Is that correct? Okay. So number 3 question, and then number 4. Then you will please, pardon me, so that we can continue. Is that okay? Let me confirm that. Is that okay? Or somebody insists I must talk? You insist you must talk? Okay, I'll allow you. No wonder. Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Ojikutu Adeni, and I happen to have led the largest ICT hub in Africa, which is Computer Village, which is where I came from, and that is what I can call my industry. At this point, I want to commend the organizers and the presenter of the paper. You said something relating to policy somersault, that it's not as if there are no policies or there are no good ideas that have, arose from policy papers and all that in Nigeria. But because there are no, see-through and follow-ups, that has led to the prevailing problem of unemployment and what have you. At this point, I want you to help us come up with a solution relating to politicians will come and go. Office holders will come and go for the fact that they are elected and they have tenure. But the ministries, the civil servants that will be servants of the people or public servants that will work for 25, 30 years, what can they do, coming from that background to give us better stability in policies? So that's the question. My remarks and my contribution to this conference is that I haven't been in Computer Village for 22 years. And I understand that employment can be created from nothing. As long as you know what you do, that thing can create employment for you. If it grows or you scale, you employ others. And when you now see the major distributors of maybe mobile phones and technology solutions in Nigeria,
from that hub, they have actually snowballed into other cities, West Africa and beyond, from that singular hub in Otigba, in Lagos. Across all capitals, you will have seen people that has learned something there, come to Abeokuta, go to Ibadan, go to Abuja GSM market, and anywhere you go, you see people providing solutions based on what they've learned from that hub one time or another. So going from local to global, it relates to almost all industry. Let me just use the synonymous one, the Adire industry, that is very prevalent in Abeokuta or in Ogun State. Do you know that what is lacking, to my thinking, and what I want to suggest, is that those people that produces Adire cannot use the technology tool, which is the mobile phone, to take their businesses global. And I tell you, this is what is lacking. That is my contribution. So let's give a good scenario in 1 minute. Is that solutions, people that have the technology know our government should go into this hub and tell somebody that produces Adire that this is how you can expose yourself. Most of these people have gone to school. People that has not, the mamas, they have children that have gone to Polytechnic or College of Education or universities, to help them put their businesses to the globe. So the ministry, or maybe it's Ministry of Science and Tech in Ogun, or is the Ministry of STEM, Education and Technology, or something. But the ministry that is in charge of science and technology and knowledge should go into these hubs to help the small businesses to expose their business and companies so that they will scale. And with that, you will not just limit it to Adire industry, you limit it to other areas that Ogun State has comparative advantage. And with that, companies will scale from local to global. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. I like one. You want Dr. John to make a few comments, and this one is inputs and remarks. And this input and remarks, please, Doctor, we appreciate so much if you can also put it down so that we can take it over and then hand it over to the documentation team. I will allow Dr. John to respond, but please, when Dr. John responds, I am really very sorry. We are, under pressure of time. Please forgive me. We will move to the next session. Please forgive me. Thank you very much. Dr. John.
Yes, mostly what you have done is just comment. But you talk about policy somersault. And I think that is why we are here. This gathering today, some of us will be governors tomorrow, ministers, senators, and all sorts. So we are here to see what the issues are and how to resolve them. If you know what the issues are and you're opportune tomorrow, I'm sure you'll be able to resolve it. And also to begin to advise our principals as to what to do so that we can continue to begin to maintain policies instead of one policy today, another one tomorrow. So I think this conference is to solve problems, to resolve issues, and I'm sure that will be taken care of at the end of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to Dr. John while we invite you, to return back to your seat. Please, that ovation is not loud enough. Let us appreciate Dr. John. And at this juncture, also, I'd like to apologize to those who are really, very eager to ask. I'm so delighted, like I said, if, presentation ends and you see people very eager to ask questions, that shows that, there is sincerity and there's also readiness. And of course, participants understood the context. So I'm very happy that, you understood the context, but because of time, I do not want to drag the sessions more than necessary. Please let me see those who wanted to talk before smile, and I will give you, first opportunity when the next presentations are there. I will be very keen in watching whether you raise your hands during the next presentation, and I bet you'll be the first. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, I'd like to invite my colleague, Mr. Godwin, to please, take us to the next session, which is keynote presentation 2, current state of employment in Ogun State, and this is going to be delivered by, say it yourself. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to Mr. Ibrahim? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, we want to thank you for your attention. But at this time, we want to take a deep dive in the next 20 minutes to get insights into the Ogun State employment and labor market. And at this point in time, just to give you a background, GIZ has supported the Ogun State in developing an employment and labor market analysis, EMA. And this has been reviewed. And this report, this analysis report, will provide us with a comprehensive assessment of the Ogun State labor market, what has been unfolded across Ogun State, and some of the measures that has been taken. So beyond this, we will also be able to know some insights with the different actors that play in the Ogun State. Please, I will beg your indulgence. You can take your pen and paper as we look into this report, this analysis. Take notes of the things that you need to, the questions you want to provide, and you would have time to ask your questions. We would encourage that you be the first person to raise up your hand when the time for question comes, as we'll give you that audience. We'll give room for some persons to ask the questions. There will be no best person to present this than the chief consultant who actually did this report, this analysis, and this investigation. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, as I bring on stage the chief consultant, let me just read his profile that is shared with me. Permit me, okay, his name is Mr. Olusegun Dada. He is the principal consultant of innovations, design, entrepreneurship, advancement strategies, the Idea Centers. And he is the former chairman of the Nigeria Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, NASI Ogun State Chapter. Permit me with a joining offense and clapping ovation. Can we bring on stage Mr. Olusegun Dada? Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. I will, like they always say, Nigeria rests on existing protocol. Now, let me, because I don't want to waste too much of our time, let me just tell you that this presentation, is the presentation with you now? This presentation is an abridged summary of an analysis of the employment and labor market or system in Ogun State. So we are going to just look at the summary, looking at the structure, looking at the constraints, looking at the opportunities, and looking at the recommendations that have been given, issued as a result of this analysis. Now, like we said, is an analysis. So the analysis has a process. The first thing we have to recognize is the fact that we actually relied on secondary data. Most of the data that is inside this analysis are data we collected from both the public and the private sector. There is no conjecture or conjections in the analysis. They are basically what we have there in the public domain. And we also had, as part of the process, a focus group discussions that had in attendance stakeholders
in the labor and employment market. All of them came together to give us views, to share constraints, to share opportunities, and to share recommendations on how the labor and employment market in Ogun State can be further developed. So, like I said, I'm not going to waste too much of our time. All I am doing here is basically to share this structure, to share these constraints with us. I don't think this is the latest of the presentation, sirs, but I hope we're getting it right. So like I said, we are going to talk about the structure. We are going to skip the trends. We are going to go straight forward to the constraints, the opportunities, and the recommendations that have been so embedded in ELMA. We call the analysis ELMA, Employment and Labor Market Analysis. So what are the sectors of ELMA? We have what we call the framework conditions. We have labor demand section, we have labor supply section, and we have the matching section. When we talk about the matching section, we talk about how labor supply is matched to labor demand. So talking about the framework conditions, what are we talking about here? What are the questions? What are the issues surrounding the framework conditions under the employment and labor system in Ogun State? We talk about what the economic and political framework conditions are in the state, how they promote growth and job creation, and to what extent they hinder a flourishing economy. So when we talk about the constraints in the framework condition, we identified this is the major constraint here that actually affects every part of the market, and it has to do with data. We found out that we do not have a platform that gives us data to really know and understand this market. And at this point, I think it is prevalent upon us to actually acknowledge the role and to acknowledge the role that GIZ has brought to bear in making sure that we have an analysis of this market as we so have today. We've had the analysis, we started the analysis in 2021, and we had a review of that analysis just recently where we had the public forum to present the outcome of the analysis. So first constraint is the lack of data for planning, as recent data that we have in Nigeria, in Ogun State, are not current. Most of the secondary data that we found are actually dated back up to 5, 6, in some cases, 10 years. And then we need to mention here that so many of us rely on the National Bureau of Statistics. But National Bureau of Statistics, I do not know why that is the case, are now nationally focused. They did not go deep down, detailed enough to extract data from the state. Maybe peradventure they expect the state to do their own surveys and their own data gathering effort. Another constraint that we have to understand, and I think was germane to the analysis, is the lack of infrastructure. Physical infrastructure, communication, ICT, just mentioned. There was a lack of it, but also we have to recognize the fact that the state government is actually putting efforts in place to make sure that these challenges are well taken care of. We could hear from one of the speakers about the ICT hubs that are being created across the state. So let me just go, these are the constraints. We have a lot of constraints, but because of time, we can't go through all the constraints because we are just talking about only one section of ELMA at this point, which is the framework condition. So we go to labor demand. What are the questions that we need to ask ourselves when it comes to labor demand? Those are the people that are taking this labor from the market. We talk about corporate organizations, even government and NGOs, just name them. What contextual factors support the growth of companies in Ogun State so that they can create jobs? What framework conditions help companies thrive and foster the creation of new companies that provide employment? Then what keeps companies from creating? Those are the questions that the labor demand section actually sought to clarify, to answer. So what are the constraints that were identified in the labor demand section? We have government policies like taxation, like taxes, inadequate access to raw materials in a variety of requirements and quantities. Local government administration agency is not equipped to cater for the needs and challenges of MSMEs. Then again, we have lack of employable people, particularly technicians in Ogun State. We have a situation where, from the focus group discussion, we realize that a lot of people leave the state to go outside the state, sometimes out of the country, to bring in technical labor to take care of their vacancies and the inadequacies in their organizations. We also have lack of technological expertise, poor work ethic, and motivation. Then again, the government is unable to capture the growth of MSMEs, and hence no comprehensive record of MSMEs exists. So we have to identify that no comprehensive record. We are not saying there is no record, but the records that they have are not comprehensive enough. Then we have the issue of casualization and lack of job security. Then when we go to labor supply section, what are the questions there? The questions are: what qualifications are available within Ogun State's workforce? How are the workers trained, and how well are they prepared to enter the job market? How does migration influence the quality of the workforce? How do people perceive certain jobs and participation by women in the labor market? So going to the constraints, we have a lot of constraints here. The number one here is the educational policies that are not in tandem with the current labor market realities. The reality we have here is that most of the vacancies that are, the issue is not that there's no job, but most of the vacancies, most of the requirements of organizations in Ogun State cannot be filled by the current level of skills available in the labor sector. We also have inadequate technical vocational centers to service the increasing population of of Ogun State youths. What do we mean by that? Yes, we have 10 or 12 technical, there are so many, like the governor told us in his presentation that they are creating more vocational and training centers. But we believe by the mere size of Ogun State, 10 vocational training centers are not enough. Inadequacy of training equipment and infrastructure. Then again, we notice that the language of interaction within the trade centers may just be too technical for the student. Maybe there may be a need to scale down the language that is used in training these young ones. The acceptance of TVET graduate certificates is still questionable. Many people do not accept those certificates as a basis for employing their, engaging labor from the Ogun State labor market. So going to matching, because we are still going to talk about the opportunities and the recommendations, so we need to skip on many of the constraints. And let me say it here that we may need to have access to the analysis in full for us to see and glean all parts of these recommendations, constraints, and opportunities. So for matching sector, what are the questions? The questions are: how are demand and supply in the Ogun State labor market matched? How do we match? How do people get to know that there's job opportunity, there are job opportunities in some places, or how do organizations get to know that there are availability of the type of labor that they really require? So those are the questions that the labor market, the labor matching sector of this analysis seek to answer. How are job seekers guided into suitable jobs and vacancies? How do companies recruit and maintain their staff? And how is collective bargaining conducted with regard to labor conditions and wages? So the constraints here are that there's no labor market information system that is adequate enough for Ogun State, as big as Ogun State is. Don't forget the fact that we noticed that Ogun State has the highest number of industries in the country, but yet there's no adequate labor market information system. The one that we could point out to, one of those parts of LMIS, which is the Ogun State Job Portal, is run by the state government, but yet we believe is not adequate enough. Lack of public-private collaboration in policy formation and ignorance of current labor market regulations are some of the factors contributing to insufficient labor market policies. And I remember, I can still remember what the director from Abuja, from the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment said, that most employees do not have sufficient information regarding conditions of services and what have you. The sincerity of the active labor market policies, that's the ALMP, the ALMP process makes the public suspicious of its political intent. Yes, there are some levels of active labor market policies that have been introduced in the past, but yet people, when it comes out, people relate political interest to such policies. Career counseling guideline used in many schools is not properly structured to respond to current market realities. The curriculum that we have in our schools do not present proper realities of the employment and labor market, especially with regards to matching both labor supply and labor demand. So we quickly go to the opportunities that we noticed, general opportunities from all the sectors. One is the proximity of Ogun State to Lagos is a big opportunity. There is a major corridor for transportation of goods, services, and people around Ogun State. Ogun State is the gateway state. To get to any part of Nigeria from Lagos, you need to pass through Ogun. And again, to get to Lagos, you need to pass through Ogun State. There's a huge influx of companies, foreign investment, and the growth of agriculture in Ogun State. Available market for products from neighboring states, especially Lagos. Access to training facilities spread around the state. Now, so that you don't think there's a disconnect here, when we talk about training facilities, we do not refer to just TVET. When we're talking about vocational and training, we're talking about TVET institution. But when it comes to training facilities, there are so many spread across Ogun State. State government to allocate 2% of its capital budget to IT infrastructure and industrial training for that is the current policy of the Ogun State government. Then there are many, they are growing by the day, by the minute in Ogun State. There are as many as 21, as at the last counting, tertiary institutions, both public and private in the state. Companies preparedness, the companies are prepared to deepen partnership with training institutions and public TVET institutions in the state. Then some large companies are investing in in-house training schemes to fill the urgent skill gaps most big companies that we interviewed as a part of the process of TVET showed us their willingness and their preparedness to do in-house training, even for people that are not yet engaged by them. So talking about the recommendations as a result of ELMA, public sector funding and reinvigoration of the state, that is very, very congent, because we cannot make progress without planning, and we cannot plan without data. So public sector funding, and we recommended the public sector funding and the reinvigoration of the State Bureau of Statistics for data collection and management, to organize workshops at the state level to identify the common issues and problems in the employment and labor market. Again, we recommended creating value chain development programs, just as we have along the cassava value chain. There's a cassava value chain development program, the VCDP, that is currently ongoing in the state. So we recommended that such value chain development program be introduced to other sectors of the Ogun State economy. There were also recommended training on modern trends in manufacturing to increase productivity in the manufacturing sector, especially in the micro, small, medium enterprises. The challenge here is that they do not produce to standard, and for them to be able to compete locally, nationally, and internationally, there need to be more training and capacity building program for operators in that sector. The recommendations continue there. Workshop to examine the curriculum and the scheme of work of vocational training institutions should be accentuated in Ogun State. We need to also commend the GIZ, and we know, because we are stakeholders in that sector, we know the role they've been playing in that sector. It has been a tremendous effort by the GIZ. Training of trainers to update the skills of trainers in the TVET sector in Ogun State. That again, GIZ has been very, very involved in, but we believe it may not be enough, and we also want to have stakeholders getting more interested in training of trainers. A private sector driven matching portal to complement the Ogun State job portal. The only job portal we have in Ogun State that actually tries as much as possible to address the problems in the labor market information system is the Ogun State job portal. We believe that with a private sector driven, and I thank God that the OPS is well represented there, we can have a more reliable job portal in Ogun State, at least to give competition to the public sector driven Ogun State job portal. An online marketplace for contingent work, the connects of individual and organizations of freelance projects or tax and facilities transaction by providing transparency on reputation and ratings. I know one of the problems that has to do with quality of skills is the fact that there is no rating system for artisans in Ogun State. I don't know of any other part of Nigeria, but in Ogun State there's no provision for that. People just do as liable. If there's a rating system, then we can have a more quality-driven, artisanal, and non-formal industrial sector. And lastly, the introduction of dual vocational education and training to increase private sector participation and collaboration in order to make TVET environments more demand and quality-driven. TVET is a dual vocational education and training where organizations and labor demands organizations and labor supply organizations come together to give training facility and also job opportunities to employment seekers in the state. And I think one of the contributors earlier said that they are developing a DVET, a dual vocational educational training platform to encourage that. So thank you very much. That is to round up with this presentation. So we'll take questions as they come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to our presenters? Please, to fellow presenters, we would like you to manage the time. It's 20 minutes for each presentation. And so far, he did well to that. And just two additional minutes. Thank you. Please, questions at this point in time. We would encourage that you raise up your hand and we can give room for that as much as we can. We will take few questions, but we'll just manage. Thank you so much. So I will go with, one. You raise up his hand, 2, 3. I'll put you as 4 and 5. Please, I would like the first 3 questions. Just say your questions at once. First of all, take all the questions and then get back to you. Thank you. Start with number 1.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Presenter. It's a very good paper. But I am not going to be asking questions. I am just going to be giving information that I think is going to help us here. I want to quickly introduce to you the establishment of NELEX, National Electronic Labor Exchange. It's a platform by the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment for job matching, where we match job seekers with employers. The website is www.nelexnigeria.gov.ng. www.nelexnigeria.gov.ng. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for this input. I think number 2. Number 2 is here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shegun. I've known you for a while, and I won't have expected anything less than what you have done. Well done, sir. All right. My first question is that can you provide an overview of the key industries and sectors that are driving employment in Ogun State? This question came as a result of the engagement we had with the Accountant General about 2 weeks ago when he presented the Citizen Accountability Report and also stated the high earners or where Ogun State government is actually spending the money. So I just want to have an idea of that so I can just oppose the two to see if our budget is actually doing well. That's number 1. Number 2, how has the, by the way, my name is Adeshola Afari Ogun. I'm the Executive Director of African Foundation for Environment and Development in Ota. All right, so how has the COVID-19 pandemic affected the employment in Ogun State and what recovery measures have been put in place? I have about 7 questions, but let me just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, just 1 question per person. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joel Edionwe from Edo State. I'm not asking a question. The challenge is the implementation. I just want to advise that you put the constraint, the opportunities, and what you are recommending so that those who will work on the outcome of this will find it easy to relate to. It's appearing that the constraints are on their own, the opportunities are in different world, and you are recommending. So could you please do a further summary? Put a constraint. In that constraint, are there opportunities? What have you recommended from your finding? It make it much more easier and seamless for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Mr. Shegun, do you want to respond immediately? Please, short summary. And then we'll come back again to number 4 and 5 if there is time. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, I'll quickly respond to a director from the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment about NELEX. Yes, now NELEX is also a public sector driven platform. But we also, we appreciate the establishment and the presence of such platform, But we also know the inadequacies of public sector-driven platforms like that. Sometimes people are a bit wary, both the demand and the supply section of the employment market from using such platforms. So we also believe that government should at the same time encourage private sector to develop platforms like this. Some people will also find it a lot more convenient working with private sector driven platforms like NELEX. NELEX is public sector driven. So what about if we have that from private sector? Then, well, it's commendable that we have NELEX, by the way. Then Shola Afari-Ogun talked about the overview of the sectors that drive employment in Ogun State. Yes, like I said at the beginning, we have a comprehensive analysis available, and the comprehensive analysis actually identified all the sectors from the most important to the least important in Ogun State. But we can tell you that agri sector actually contributes more to the employment and labor market. We have the trade sector, of course, contributes a lot more to. We have the ICT sector, that's the information, because by virtue of the presence of a large expanse of a large population of youths in Ogun State, we found that sector is growing in leaps and bounds. Then we have the educational sector. Funny enough, the educational sector actually appears in both the demand and the supply sector of ELMA. They employ a lot because we have a lot of private and public educational institutions in Ogun State, a lot more than any other state in Nigeria. So they are actually a big employer of labor. Then we also have the logistics business, the logistics sector, which also employ a lot of people. Then on the effect of COVID, yes, it was identified there. It has actually affected, especially the small, medium enterprise, the MSME sector, most especially the informal sector. But yet, the issue of data must be emphasized there, that we do not know by what effect such has on that particular sector. That's COVID and other significant distortions in the system. We shouldn't forget the issue of cultism and cultural imbalance in the state that also affect the labor market. Then to my colleague from Edo State, talking about the implementation of having a concise paper that tackles the implementation. Yes, I will also go back to that. We have the analysis. It's a 130-something page analysis that takes care of the recommendations are well stated. In fact, I can tell you that the recommendations there are well over 30. We had a public forum where we brought all stakeholders in that sector together to give us recommendations, and all recommendations were captured as a result of the analysis, and they are well written. So what we will do, what I believe GIZ is going to do, is to make the analysis available to stakeholders in that sector where the constraints. Okay, please, can I?
And what you are recommending.
Exactly.
So that you see for them to implement. I didn't say you don't have them.
Okay, yeah. So, well, that is now the role of the implementers to go through the analysis, and then the constraints, the opportunities, and the recommendations are aligned in the analysis. And we believe that policy implementers will find it very useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Based on time, we would appreciate, because of tomorrow, this whole conference is a two-day event. So tomorrow, there will still be a question and answer time. And at that point in time, all of the presenters would come to the stage and we'll be given room to answer most of your questions. We would encourage you to please put down these questions. Tomorrow, there's a part that would include that particular section. Meanwhile, at this point in time, we want to say, can we give a round of applause to our presenter as he goes back to his seat? Thank you so much, Mr. Shegun. The next on our list today is the last presentation before we go on lunch. But this presentation does not just stop at a presentation, it will go into a panel discussion. But before the panel discussion starts, which my co-moderator would be guiding, I would just like to relate to you a little intro about this personality. Just a while ago, the first keynote speaker was talking about the national employment policy, and one of the members of the audience raised the idea of an employment council. And so the next presentation and the next discussion we are going to be having is exploring strategies and policies towards youth job creation and youth employment. We would encourage everyone to please be seated as we take this next presentation. Meanwhile, I would like to get the intro of the next presenter so that I can welcome him. Please, we have 15 minutes for this presentation, and so please, I will stand when it is 5 minutes left, so the presenter will know that it is time to wrap up. Thank you. The next presenter is Mr. Akinrokpo Omowari. He's a lawyer and a development expert with over 15 years experience in project management and policy advisory. He has worked extensively in Nigeria and Africa in promoting access to justice for all, especially for the most vulnerable and marginalized group, and facilitating judicial reforms, improving business enabling environments and investment climate, and generally promoting employment promotion with private sector support. He has supported the development, review, implementation, and impact assessment of several policies and legislations in Nigeria in various sectors of development, including the leather and leather products, agriculture, industrial development, MSME development, investment promotion, tax harmonization and governance, gender mainstreaming, among others. He's the holder of the Masters of Law and Masters of Science in Research and Public Policy. Akinrokpo is the fellow of Institute of Chartered Mediator and Consulators, and is currently working with the German Development Agency as the head of policy and strategy for the sustainable and inclusive economic development for decent employment in Nigeria, SEDIN program of GIZ. This is a long profile. Can we give a round of applause? He's already on stage. Mr. Akin, over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope that is not part of my time, right? I hope I still have my 15 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'll just go straight into it. So I was asked to speak on exploring the structures and policies and strategies for employment promotion, but also looking at Ogun State. And I think while I was looking at that, something came to my mind. And I want us to go through this very quickly. Let's assume, just you can use your pen, let's assume that we have a population of 4 million in Ogun State. Please just take your pen and paper and go through this with me. Out of that 4 million, let's assume that half of that are in the labor market, which means 2 million, right? And out of the 2 million, let's assume that 1 million are employed, and the rest are probably underemployed or not employed. So that means we have about 50% underemployment, right? Including also 50% unemployment, including underemployment, right? Now, let's assume that in the next 1 year, the Ogun State government creates, with private sector, everybody, we're able to create 500,000 jobs in Ogun State. If an assessment is carried out after a year, what do you think the numbers will be for unemployment in Ogun State? Will it reduce 500 minus 1,000 to 25%, or will it remain the same? And that's a thought I want us to put together while I go through this. And so because of that, I thought it's important that as we are talking about Ogun State, we have the bigger picture. Because we can't have, Ogun State is just a state. Out of how many? 36, and of course, FCC Abuja. And of course, we have other states. The NBS analysis tell us already that when a state has a higher unemployment rate, it does not mean that that state is not creating jobs. it might mean that that state is creating job and very attractive, that a lot of people are coming there. And then it has unemployment rate. Just take an example of Lagos. We know that Lagos has opportunity. So everybody wants to go to Lagos. And so when you do analysis of unemployment in Nigeria, Lagos is always in between, in the middle. They are usually not the best. Why? Because even though they create, or the most jobs are created in Lagos, but the people looking for jobs in Lagos are higher. So there's no way we talk about unemployment in a state without looking at the general framework and what that will mean. Okay, my presentation is not on. I'll just probably use my slide here. It's on. Okay, please, can we have it on? And I want to thank the director from the Federal Ministry. I think he laid a good foundation for some of the issues. Please just go on. I'm already on, should be on the second slide. I don't want to talk about this. Everybody has talked about this, the effect of unemployment, particularly on security, on the economy and everything. So I think we can pass. Just to mention, a lot has been done in trying to address the challenge of unemployment, particularly at the policy level and also at the strategy level. Quite a lot has been done. Let's move. And of course, I mentioned Edo Jobs, LSCTF, Bureau of Jobs in Ogun State, a lot in terms of structure, institutions, and policy. But where are we at the moment? Because it's a bit confusing. What number are we using now? I mean, we have employment specialists or stakeholders in the room. Is we talking about 33% now, or we're talking about the 4.1%? Which one are we using now? Because I think it's one thing that we need to talk about. We need to have accurate data to be able to really drive this process. And I think where we are at the moment, depending on who you are talking to and depending on what you believe, some believe that the unemployment in Nigeria is as good as what you have in most, some European countries and even in the US and other places. But again, from the previous report, we know that, which seems to be like closer to reality for many people, that unemployment rate is close at around 33 or thereabout percent. And there was an analysis done by other organizations, and they think that by 2023, the unemployment rate should have been at 40% in Nigeria. But again, like I said, it then depends on what figure you are looking at. Let's move. But of course, one thing, whether you believe in the current MBS report or the previous one thing is clear. We have challenge of unemployment in Nigeria. As a Nigerian, you know about 2 or 3, 5, 6 persons that are looking for jobs around you. You're always, getting CVs and getting people telling you you're looking for jobs. So we know that it's a big issue in Nigeria and deserves a lot of attention. Let's move. So I'll go into a few thoughts around the policy process. Yes, let's move. Again, this has been said, that the problem for us in Nigeria is not about policy. We always have policies, we always have strategies, very good ones. The first time I looked at the national employment policy, I was quite impressed with it. But of course, there are challenges why sometimes some of these policies are just not implemented. Let's move. Just to mention that we've been talking about employment promotion in Nigeria and addressing the issue of unemployment from my reading since about 1981, when ILO first made their analysis and also tried to do some work around unemployment in Nigeria and how to help to promote employment in Nigeria. So since 1981, we've been talking about unemployment issues and what we need to do. Let's move. And of course, we had a lot of beautiful documents that some of them are still live documents. We have 2009 to 2020, the National Action Plan for Employment Creation. We have the NEP that has been mentioned. I also find very interesting, we have the Strategic Framework and Implementation Plan for Job Creation and Youth Employment in Nigeria, which was produced, I think, just in 2016 under the office of the Vice President. I also didn't know until recently that there is actually a job creation unit within the office of the Vice President. Next slide, and they have a very beautiful document that they produced in 2016. But more recently as well, we've had some other documents. We have the Nigerian Youth Employment Action Plan, which was recently launched, which was supposed to happen between 2021 and 2024. And of course, if you read, in the last few weeks, we talk about Nigerian government launching what they call NATEP, the National Talent Export Program, which also focused on actually creating employment and also driving the youth into employment. Let's move. Let's move. But all of this, why haven't they addressed the issue? And I think a lot of them has been talked about. I'll just pick a few of them and also looking at what I think we can do better in Ogun State. If we start with the national employment policy, it talks about the need for a national employment council And I'm sure the council is in place because it was inaugurated, I think, in 2018 or thereabouts. But how well the council is functioning is a different case entirely. But they also talk about states having the the State Employment Council. As of the last time I checked, probably one state or maybe two actually have in place a State Employment Council. One of them was, of course, there's a lot of effort that we also did at the level of GIZ, which is Plateau State. But most of the states don't have this yet. And the policy was launched in 2017. So let's say 5 years down the line or 6 years down the line, many of the states still don't have a State Employment Council. And I think that is very important that we look at. Even though there has been a lot of discussion today around, states need to implement the State Employment Policy, which, by the way, the National Employment Policy is now overdue for review. And I think we can take advantage of this process of review to be able to do the necessary things. Why would states, for instance, take the National Employment Policy and implement? If you look at the policy, particularly the part that have person's responsibility and things, the states agencies are not there. What will have their federal agencies? And the question I ask, were the state even consulted? Were they part of the development of that employment policy? Because you can't ask me to put resources in a document that was not part of the development. But I think we have a chance to be able to address that now. My own take will be that, and this is generally in policy space, that any policy that needs to have application across the country, its development must start from the states. For instance, yes, we know we want to promote employment. Yeah, we know we have different sectors. But can the states on their own develop their own employment strategy or policy? What do they want to do? The national policy should be an aggregation of all of this in being able to then define and see how federal government can also play a role in that. But many times we have this top-bottom approach where you have a national policy and there's an expectation at state on their own, just take up this policy and implement. But it doesn't happen that way. But I think this review process will provide us an opportunity. And a session like this, what we are having today and tomorrow, should probably also lead to that. All the recommendations should be able to get to that review process, that we have that link between the state policy and also the national policy. Now, there's also a critical point I think we need to note, and very important. For the National Employment Council, at the moment, which is not only with respect to labor, employment issues, it's general issues that I've found, particularly looking at policies in Nigeria. That many times, even though the policies are sectoral, let me review that. Even though the leadership or the ministries or the policies have a link to a particular ministry, let's take it for instance, national policy on MSME. There is a SMIDAN, there is a agency on MSME. There is a tendency that that agency probably play a leading role in drafting that policy. Let's take the employment policy for instance. There is a tendency that because we have a ministry for employment, that they took a leading role in its development. But the most challenge most time is that many of these policies are very, very multi-sectoral. Let's take the national employment policy for instance. Who creates job? Who creates jobs? Who creates most jobs? The private sector, right? For private sector to be able to create jobs, and I think a lot have been talked about it from the first paper, there are quite a number of issues that need to happen. So, issues around business enabling environment, investment promotion, a lot of issues. Who is dealing with all those issues? Not the Ministry of Labor. Let's take a very quick example of how I think, like I said, the paper in the morning definitely addressed the issue. So I'm also convinced in my mind that it's not because the issues are not known, because it means that even the Ministry of Labor actually understands this issue. So the issues are known. Now he talked about something around macroeconomic policies, even leaving the employment policy itself. Let's take two quick examples. The Naira redesign. How many of us remember? A lot of jobs were lost just because of that failed policy initiative. But let's even leave that. Someone has talked about power today being a major problem. It's not just only in Ogun State. We know power is a major problem in Nigeria. Many companies, for instance, operate on diesel. They don't even try it to link to the national grid. In the last few months, we've had national grid collapse like how many times? So if you depend on national grid, you know how that will do to your. It's not even like stable. So You can't depend on that. So many people depend on diesel to be able to power their generators and what they use in the industries. Just recently, the federal government, as part of the Finance Act 2023, which was signed by the president, the last president before he left, decided to introduce 7% VAT on diesel. Now, the price diesel had been regulated already, which means the price is higher. You know, price of diesel is higher than even the price of petrol. A lot of companies depend on it. Manufacturers has been crying for a long time of how the price of diesel is killing businesses. But government has decided that we need to add 7% VAT, which will make the price even higher. Now, you ask yourself, what will be the economic impact of that on creating jobs? How many businesses will need to shut down because they cannot cope because of the implementation? Now, the current government, thankfully, has suspended it, but for only 6 months. So after 6 months, there is a chance that the price of diesel will go higher. And the implication, so this is how microeconomic policies affect employment promotion, affect job creation, and I think it's a big issue. That's why, for me, employment promotion issue must be seen beyond the Ministry of Labor. Yes, Ministry of Labor can play a leading role, but the national policy on employment must have a bit of an overarching council, which for me I would recommend chaired by either the vice president, who can then call all of the other agencies together. And when they look at these issues, they can address it, because it's difficult for a ministry to dictate or call other ministries. We know how it is in Nigeria. To call other ministries to be able to do anything. So I think for me, part of the recommendation I think we need to take into the review, and also for Ogun State, that if you are setting up an employment council, we need at least a deputy governor as the chair, because there is a need for all these ministries to work together, for all these ministries to have to pull towards the same direction. Because if you don't pull towards the same direction, there is a chance that you have a lot of challenges. I'll give you a quick example, which at the state level. Recently, I think last year or so, in Plateau State, where we also have a program running, we have the biggest company in Plateau State is NASCO group of companies. And apart from public institutions like universities, they are the biggest employer in Plateau State. It happened that the ground rent has not been collected for a very long time by the state government. But over time, there was an agitation, and now they want to collect ground rent. And so they gave notices to companies, and for NASCO, they got a bill of close to 100 million naira for ground rent. Now, there was an argument over this and that. You didn't serve this. I mean, it's an accumulation of several years of ground rent, which government didn't demand for, and so was not paid, because you need to assess it for people to pay. Anyway, but to cut the long story short, NASCO group of company was threatening to leave Plateau State, to move their operation out of Plateau State. And I got an insider information that they actually have been considering this for a long time. And so this was just going to be like the last straw for them. So I quickly, talked to some of our friends in government, and the need for them to look at it again. Now, look at the economic benefit or the cost, benefit analysis of you collecting 100 million. Now, how much is 100 million to a state government? What will it do? You can't even pay the salary of your workers for a month. You collect that, fine, and NASCO leaves. Look at the ripple effects on employment, the ripple effects on even investors coming to the state, knowing that the biggest company in your state left because you have a disagreement with you. Now, because of that analysis, the state was able to say, okay, look, we need to talk. So let's call NASCO, let's talk. Let's see what can they pay. And can they pay it over time so that it doesn't affect their operations and everything. So those discussions, they'll be able to enter the discussions, and today NASCO group of company is still in state. Now, the state revenue service was doing its job. They need to collect revenue, right? But they were not looking at the impact on employment. But there's somebody who is looking at the impact of the employment. So for me, and I think there's something very critical in the national employment national employment policy. It talks about having an EIA. The normal EIA we know is the environmental impact assessment. It talks about employment impact assessments for every intervention, particularly where government is putting in funds, that you analyze, or any intervention that government wants to do, that every government agency should analyze what is the impact of this on employment. So if the tax authority, for instance, has analyzed what is the impact of this on employment, they would have seen the need to talk, because at the end of the day, what you get as revenue is far, far below the cost that will happen if that happens. So the need for all of us to pull together is very important. And I'm glad that we have wide range of stakeholders here today from different ministries, from different agencies, because all of us need to at least see the need to be able to work together around promoting employment. I abandoned the slides because I think it was too slow for me, and the time they gave me, I needed to really run with what I have. Now, going forward, and as I try to also round up, but I think the slide is available and it can be made available to participants. Going forward, for Ogun State, what do we need to do? I think it's very important that Ogun State have a strategy to promote employment. So there is a need for us to start a state strategy. I'm glad that already we've done analysis, which is good, because without data, there is no way you can get your analysis right, or you can even develop a strategy. We did one analysis in Plateau State some years back while I tried to round up, and it was very interesting for me. Now, we realized from that analysis that in Plateau State, because it shares border with, like the Northwest, particularly is a gateway to Northwest states, Bauchi, Gombe, and the likes. There was high level of migration of qualified, skilled people, particularly in the health sector, nurses, teachers, to Gombe, to Bauchi, and the likes. And there was a high influx of unskilled people from the north because of Boko Haram and everything to Jos, to Plateau State. Now that created a very dynamic situation of what do we need to do to be able to address it, because you then have a situation where you have a lot of unskilled people that are coming in on a daily basis to Plateau, and you thought you were addressing issues, but you are not addressing them. They are not part of the issue you are addressing at the initial stage. So all your interventions were not touching them. And I started thinking of what do we need to do to be able to really address this issue? What am I saying? Data is very important, and it's good that analysis has been done and been presented, and stakeholders now need to look at that analysis and say, what do we need to do from the recommendations? One, we need to look at what sectors are important for employment promotion in Ogun State. What sector do we need to put our money? Do we need to stimulate to be able to create jobs? The issue of business enabling environment, investment promotion, and the likes is good. To be honest, I have gone through, I think someone mentioned Otta, for instance. I've gone through Otta, and the depth of infrastructure in that place is alarming. But that is where you have most companies in Ogun State. So how do we ensure that where we have companies, where we have the price of that, as we are driving them into Ogun State, and some of them are coming because of proximity to Lagos and the port, which is good, how do we take maximum advantage of that and ensure that we create enabling environment for these people to be able to really thrive in Ogun State? And so also look at that, an issue of enabling environment and the likes. The MSME sector is very key. I think a lot has been said about that. How do we promote that? But more importantly as well, if jobs are created, unemployment is a rate of or a factor of two things. There's a demand side and there's a supply side. Companies are coming to Ogun State, they are creating jobs, which is good. If there are no people to fill those jobs in Ogun State, people will come from Lagos, people will come from everywhere, because you cannot stop private sector from recruiting from anywhere. So how do we ensure that we build matching skills for these people to be able to take advantage of these jobs that will be created through the private sector? And I think there has to be an alignment of this. And I know from the GIZ side, we have the setting program, which I represent, that is trying to look at issues of the demand side and try to really create jobs, create opportunity for jobs, working with businesses, working investment promotion and the likes. But there's also Sky that's also looking at the skills part. So I think that collaboration even from the GIZ side is quite good. And I think there's a need for that even at the level of Ogun State. And as we try to industrialize, as we are creating the jobs, as we are attracting the investors and they are creating jobs, that we also have those that have the skills to be able to take up those jobs. But one last thing I think is very important, coordination. Many times, policy implementation fails in Nigeria because of lack of coordination. And we sometimes don't think that we need to vote resources to coordination. We think that coordination will happen on its own. The ministries will talk together or talk to themselves. The national will talk with the state. But it doesn't happen naturally. There has to be effort. Even within that strategy to see how do we coordinate better. And the private sector is there. How do we ensure that that coordination mechanism include the private sector, include the public sector, and also include other players within the ecosystem? With this, I know they've been hitting the button. I decided I won't use the slide because I'm sure I'll probably be on the middle of the slide by now. But because I didn't use it, I think I managed. But even then, I think the time is up now. I have to leave. So thank you very much. And I look forward to a very fruitful discussions at the panel stage.
Thank you very much. Mr. Aki, for that very wonderful presentation. Now, I have two options. Two options. Option number one, from or after this presentation that we just heard from Mr. Aki, there is supposed to be, a panel discussion using his paper also to contribute, to the panel. Do we go ahead now? We are 1 hour, 20 minutes behind time. And time for lunch is also 1.5 hours ago. There are people that cannot sustain to even listen to anything when it is 1 o'clock. People don't listen. Even when you talk, they are not interested. This is because they have not eaten. Therefore, my option is, do we go for lunch and come back after 1 hour? Or now we have the next 30 minutes to finish up the panel and then know that, the next after lunch is the next topic. But again, we have an international consultant, our colleague from South Africa, who is also going to make presentation virtually. And she has time to start at 3:45. You can imagine that she has been, gluing to the computer waiting for 3:45. And if we do all of what we want to do, looking at the time, we may not achieve to invite her at 3:45. And I do not want to force anybody. Please, it is time for panel. Let's go. And then I don't know how many people are hungry. They will not listen. It is better for us to agree what time is most convenient for us, that, we can listen to the rest of the day. And I need, just, few suggestions so that, yes, I can see only one speaker, please. Yeah, to suggest. What's your opinion, sir? A voice vote. A voice vote, do we need that one again? What are we voting for? You want to go to House of Assembly or the Senate? Okay, but in a simple form, what do we do now? If your hands are up to support that, let's go for the panel. Please, let me see your hands up. Let's go for the panel. Let's go for the panel discussion right now before lunch. That is what I mean. I can see some. Please take note of the number. The number. So, okay, let us go for lunch and come back. Nobody is voting for that. So the panel, may I, before the panel, thank you very much. Please let us give ourselves a round of applause. And let us also keep standing. Please, let's stand on our feet. I'm hungry, but they didn't allow me. Let us keep standing. We've been sitting down for a long time. And this is not a police station where you have to be, sitting and then nobody should hear your voice. May I use this opportunity to invite you to take a walk, to the door. Not up to the door. If you move 1, 2, 3, 4, for this purpose, you have already reached to the door. And then turn back again. 1, 2, 3, and then get back to your seat. You have also, also returned back from your seat. But before I do that, let me quickly recognize, please, before I do that, let me quickly recognize the Executive Secretary of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mrs. Moturayo. Why is she? Please raise your hands. A round of applause for the Executive Secretary, man. You can see the power, in this conference, that everybody that needs to be here is here. So please, take a walk to the door, not up to the door, just take a walk, and then you can also take a walk, back to your seat. But the music, can you play me the music? Can you play me the music, please? The DJ. Please shake your body now. As you defend them, you defend them. As you defend them, as you defend them, you defend them. Okay, thank you very much. Please let's return to our seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's okay. Please, it's okay. Thank you very much. A round of applause for everyone, please. A round of applause for everyone. You know, I warned you that we could also go for lunch. You say no. And then a round of applause, now nobody is trying to clap. But I don't think it has to do with lunch at all. I think it has to do with commitment. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to invite once again Mr. Ake to please come to the podium. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Ake. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Next, I will invite is Organizational Development Expert and immediate past MD, Edo State Skills Development Agency, Mrs. Violet Obiakoro. Thank you. Please, a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. I'm also inviting the Special Assistant to the Secretary to the State Government, SSG, Dr. Valentine. Is he here, Dr. Valentine? Please come forward. Oh, thank you very much. You are here. Please come forward. I also like to invite Alhaji Wasiu, President, Ox Kufed, and immediate past President of Ogun Sima, Alhaji Wasiu Olaleye. Thank you very much. The director from the Federal Ministry of Labor is not here, and I expect that he is also part of the panelists, and he is not here. I do not know whether Mr. Joel, you'd like to join the panel? Please join the panel. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Joel. Thank you very much. Yeah. Mr. Joel, please. We will not stay more than 20 minutes for this session. And after that, we will, go for lunch. Please, a round of applause for the panelists. Let me start with the paper presenter himself, with this very question that, we want you to talk about. How can job creation and employment promotion policy framework be designed to adapt to changing economic realities and evolving context of work? Yeah, you have said so much, from your presentation. So please, some 2 minutes to elaborate more on this. Please go ahead, Mr. King.
Yeah, thank you. I think like I already mentioned in my paper, for me, I think it's very important to be driven by data. So data is quite important, and it's good that you've done the EMA in Ogun State. That will help a lot to actually not only just identifying the current jobs, but also for the future jobs, right? Where is the future job, and what do we need to prepare for? And so an employment strategy or policy should not only be looking at now, but also be forward-looking. There were some jobs some few years back, and probably when the first employment policy was developed, they are probably not relevant today. I think the first real document on employment at national level was in 1981. That was when some of us were coming into this world. But again, some of those jobs probably at those times, the sectors, probably not the same as today. So as we're also preparing for today, we also have to look at the future. But for me, data is very key, that we're able to use data to be able to define where do we look at. Stakeholders' participation is also very key, because sometimes, regardless of what data you've gathered, if the people that should understand the issues are not in the room, for instance, I think it was in the morning somebody was talking about constant engagement with employers to know what is the shift for them. What are you looking at? The lawyers of some years back are not lawyers of today. Lawyers of today, I remember when I was in law school, they tell you you don't advertise, what you do, you don't do. But today, everybody have their, websites. Everybody do things online. There's even an online dispute resolution now, where you don't have to live where you are. We can sit where you are. But if you don't know how to use the system, you probably not be able to join, right? So I think things are changing, and if you understand those dynamics, and while we are planning not only for now, but also for the future, that will help. But data should drive the policy development process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aki. Madam Violet, Aki has just mentioned data. And we all know that data is very, very important. What are the kind of information you think we should be looking at when it comes to, discussing data?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So when you're looking at data, you want to know, you want to study labor market information systems. What are the trending jobs? Who are the people that, the age bracket? You want to go into understanding of the age range of persons that require this job. The kind of jobs that are in demand. You want to look at the supply side. What kind of educational qualification should these persons that require these jobs be having? So you're looking at the supply side to generate data around trending jobs, jobs in demand, and then the demand side. You want to study them to know, you want to find out what they need. So data around all of these are very important. So it will inform the kind of skills you want to provide. You want to know the skills that will bridge the gaps that are in existence in the employment sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that is also a very good point that you've made several points that are very relevant. You need data because you have, the supply, you have the demand, and then, of course, the merchant. Somebody is waiting, and then what you provided, the training you provided from the supply side, from institutions, from master class people, the product, that, go out there, how do they actually match, what, the industry or whoever want to employ them, how does it match up? How does it, calculate to show that there's relevance, there's also link? Let me go to Dr. Valentine. How can policy and programs adapt to continue fostering employment opportunities?
Thank you for that. Some of these policies are in existence, but the drivers, are they really out there to support some of this policy that is in place without putting themselves ahead? We should go beyond we should go beyond of personal interest when we have to drive policies that is meant for the general populace. Let's say, for example, I don't think there's anything that exists today that has not been documented in one way or the other. That's the issue of data that is in existence. But how are we ready to look at all of these things and put them together to make sure that the things that those things are meant for are really moving forward? For example, today, each and every one of us is talking about the issue of unemployment. Unemployment. Are there jobs? The answer is yes. Are there no job? The answer is still yes. But it depends on the angle where you are viewing it from. So that angle where you are coming from will now determine what you are going to achieve at the end of the day. So if there is job and there is no capable hand to match that job, it becomes an issue of vacuum. But if there is no job and there is capable hands to address it now, and there is no job, that is another vacuum entirely. So let us look at it from this angle that, okay, there's this policy. Are they funded? The drivers, are they well taken care of to drive this thing to make sure that we have a logical conclusion to bridge the gap that is already in existence? So let us look at it from that angle to say, okay, at this point, let us take a closer review of the policies in line with the data available. And that also will now lead us to the next stage where we can ask, okay, the issue of unemployment can be addressed with having a culpable hand. And all of this thing also will start from the school. Most of our school today, for example, Covenant University has an EDC center, but EDC courses are 0 units. So students don't pay attention to it. But all of us today now will now look at it, oh, this entrepreneurial system should be taught at university level so that when our student comes out, they'll become a total man. If there's no job, they can create one. That is the essence of going to school, going to university. Now, let us, all of us, wait for job that is available. But let us think within us and see how we can use the policy that is in place. Like you said, part of the things some of our speakers have said here, there's something that is lacking basically. What are those things? Are the government willing? That is where I said self-interest. Are we willing to put our self-interest aside and look at the overall interest that has to do with the entire system? So if we are ready to put our own self-interest aside, then that will not have a better place for us. I don't care what I take, but let me think about the entire society, the entire environment. So I think from there, we can be able to bridge some of this gap that is already in existence. Ogun State have OGS. The OGS is only few of us that are accepting it, which has to do with youth. Youth employment and youth engagement. But it's there. But how is that affecting the system? How is that affecting Ogun State? The government has formulated it. So we have another job center. But how are those job centers being managed? When Dr. Jordan came into the system, he introduced job creation center. And he invented the job center, portal. And that job portal today is one of the best within the country. But how are the employers of labor accessing that particular platform to make sure that they get the capable hands? In that job portal, you have segments, both the formal and informal, are to make use of it. But are we really using it? The question is for everybody to answer, because all of us are seeing what is there and what is not there. So all of these things are in place, but I don't think we are really driving it. So that is the area where each and every one of us should come and advocate, make use of the thing that is in place. And the government also, some of us who are creating small jobs here and there, the government also should be ready to give us a little tax break. Like, for example, removing the VAT. I don't see the sense or the reason why there should be VAT on a product that is already not subsidized. So I think that alone is something that we should look at. Let us not stop thinking of how we can do this, how can we get more and more from, meanwhile killing the economy. For example, you said something of, when you mentioned of organization that wanted to leave a Just Plateau. And that is personal interest of those people who are pushing that company to the wall. And they go to that brick wall, they have no option than to pay and exit. And what will that do? But by your own intervention, that assisted that company and make sure that that company is still there. So you are talking about bringing an investors to a system. So these are ways to look at it and let the government also try to do a give and take, knowing fully where they will go, their time is tenured. And those companies and organizations are not tenured, and they will be there forever. So I think those are things that could sustain the job generation and job employment within the system by encouraging that sustainability.
Thank you very much, Dr. Valentine. Dr. Alaji Wasu, you heard virtually since morning that policy exists. And everybody will agree that yes, policy exists. I also agree policy exists. And from Dr. Valentine, it is also very clear now, he made it. Yes, policy exists, but drivers. You are coming from the private sector. And you know there's been a lot of conversations between government and the private sector. And what the government is really doing to attract cooperation, synergy between itself and the private sector. So looking at it from the private sector where you are coming from, and this driver of a thing, would you agree with Valentine that yes, policy exists, it is only the issue of drivers? Please, your time.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ibrahim. I do agree that we have this policy in place, but we should look at it beyond that. Let's look at from the formulation of this policy. Do they consult the stakeholders? Do they have input in this policy? My own belief is that at the formation stage, the government or the people that are responsible for the formulation of this policy should consult with the stakeholders, the private sector, the civil society organization, to make sure that they have their input in this policy. When you have their input and you now formulate policy around the area where they need intervention, so, and then the government throw that policy back at them, they will own that policy and they'll be able to run with that policy. So all these, some of these policies, don't let me say all, some of these policies, when they are at the formulation stage, they don't include the people that are going to be the consumer of these policies. So I want to thank Ogun State government now on the issue of technical education. Because yes, we sat down together, we identified that there are gaps. As said by Dr. Valentine, we have 1 million jobs in existence in Ogun State. And we have 1 million youths roaming about the street looking for a job. And what is the gap? They are not mismatched. So they are not qualified for these particular jobs that are in existence. So now Ogun State government sat down with the private sector. We have our input. For example, on the Board of Technical and Vocational Education in Ogun State, the private sector, we are having representative. At the governing council level, for the 8 technical colleges in the state, we have representative. In fact, some of these governing council are being shared by private sector person so that they can take input from the employers of labor within the location of these technical colleges, and then make sure that the colleges are training to the need of that environment. And what that one says is that they are sure of employing the product of those colleges. So the employer of labor, the industry around that area. So on that, the government is doing a lot now, the state government. So it should be applied to other sectors. When you have the input of the stakeholders and you formulate a policy around their need, they will own the policy. The policy will work. They will join in implementing that policy. So if somebody is just sitting down in the air-conditioned office thinking that the people inside the sun in Odeda, they need this and that, without listening to them, without taking their input, the policy will be like dead on arrival. And let me also say that some of these startups, okay, we want our youth to be an employer of labor. So we've given them that training. They need fund on access to finance for them to scale up. Maybe, okay, you've employed yourself, you started a small business, then you need to employ 1 or 2, 3 to scale up, and then be an employer of labor. So they need access to finance. Government should work with the other sectors on intervention. They keep on saying cooperative society. Cooperative should be part of this. And government needs to do more with the cooperative society in Nigeria, in Ogun State. Let me say this. Formerly, until July last year, I was the president of Ogun State Chambers of Commerce. Then I resumed as president of Ogun State Cooperative Federation. And I led a lot within the last 1 year that what cooperative society is doing in the ecosystem of Ogun State is what we are looking for access to finance. And it's on record. When we gather our data, we now realize that in 2021, we granted loan to the tune of 53 billion, the cooperative society in Ogun State, for MSME practitioner in the state. So that is the importance of data gathering. So, and we now see that, okay, if government is working with us, and we're able to scale up this, then the issue of access to finance will be a thing of the past. It wasn't before. During the time of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, he worked with cooperative society to develop Western Nigeria. And you can now see that now the cooperative society are not doing much because government refused to work with them. So I think this, if government work with the cooperative society, they should be able to generate more jobs for our youth and then solve the problem of access to finance.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alaji. And I will now go to Mr. Joel. This is, of course, looking at the role of education and skills. Okay? What role does education and skills development plans play in supporting sustainable job creation? What role education and skills play? Because you are coming from that angle.
I think I will speak to that, but briefly, let me also share my thoughts on the points already made.
Yeah.
We don't have policy. The truth of the matter is that we don't have policy. Any policy that didn't envisage the challenges of implementation is not a policy. For example, it's not rocket science. In Ogun State, we know the number of primary school enrollment. We know those who are moving from primary school to secondary school and technical school. We know those who are going to university and tertiary institutions. We know at what point where it is skewed and what problem we are going to envisage. And so even if we engage stakeholders and we have defective data, we're also going to have the same problem. And what I'm saying exactly is that every time we do not do situation analysis, not necessarily what Emma is coming to do every 5 years, we should be able to harvest the pockets of data we have in the school system, in the informal sector. Who is managing them? How will they play out on the long run on the employment situation? Even if we want to do TVET training, what are the current trends? Even the youth we want to look at, what lifestyle do they want to take on? What are the available opportunities? What are the social implications? We can answer those ones for us. It's a global village now. You're not going to train for a particular section of Ogun State. There's migration everywhere. Japa syndrome is a current syndrome. Your best skills are going away. What do you need to do in the immediate? The national policy and the framework action plan, they only exist in a vacuum. Unless we domesticate and take the bull by the horn for us in Ogun State, we're not going to do it. Our industry, they have one motive, one goal, profit. Whichever way it suits them to make their profit, that's what they are going to align to.
Yeah.
And so what we need to do as Ogun State, that's our taking in Edo State now. We need to create an agency for data management, look at our data, look at our priority, look at our issue, what best strategy do we need to adopt to mitigate these challenges we're seeing. And then we quickly adopt that, relate with our industry. I agree with that. We must relate with them on the basis of existing industry, their capabilities, and what improvement we want to give. As a government, we provide the enabling environment.
Will this data information to relate to,
yes,
also the roles of education?
Even in that relationship,
so I can see
yes, we must situate them within our demand and current capabilities.
Yeah.
If we don't do that, we'll just have this section and we roll them by.
Thank you very much,
we should be able to take action and positive action that can help in this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joel. I can see your analysis of, data, a department, controlling data is also, supporting the role of education and skills. How do you provide educational skills on what you don't know? So data is very, very important. I want to totally agree with you. Thank you very much. I also want to give, time to the audience to make contributions. I'd like to recognize, of course, we didn't know the secretary, the executive secretary from Man will be here. We would have also included her on the panel. She's here. We want to appreciate your coming and also give you a chance to make contributions to this conversation. The executive secretary, can you please give her the microphone to please make contribution? Hello? Microphone, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so like I told the person that told me I was speaking, since I didn't start at the initial stage, I'll just speak to what I've heard so far, and I will be speaking from the industry sector. Okay, so for industries are always, at least for what I know in Ogun State, we're always ready to employ, and thank God I have someone in the industry here, Mr. Onodeko. So, Oyedeko, sorry sir, I keep missing that. Okay, so industries are always ready to employ, especially if it's skilled hands that can help them deliver. But the question is, number one, from what we've seen, are the youths employable? Do they have the relevant skills? that the companies are looking for? Especially when you talk about the technical skills, do they have that? Apart from that, the youths around, are they ready to work? That is a reality in the society. Are they ready to work in factories? We have situations where companies employ someone today and within a week the person leaves. It's not that he has gotten another job, but he just feels that factory job is too stressful or something. So he would rather stay on the street or do something else. So there's so many factors. So in this industry aspect, we're ready to employ. Industries are looking for skilled hands. And like someone pointed out, every company is looking for how to make profit. That is why they've invested so much. So they will look at, okay, this particular employee, what can he give me? If I bring on board 5 persons, will they increase productivity? Will they increase production? At the end of the day, what would I get from them? If I get 5 graduates and I get 2 non-skilled laborers, would it be better than getting 10 non-skilled? They look at all these factors, and if at the end of the day, it is the non-skilled that works better for them, they'll go for that. If the person, what will work better for them, it would be graduates coming in from Lagos and not from Ogun State. If that is what will make their business go forward, you really cannot blame them, because they've invested millions and billions to make it possible. But as much as possible, I also know that most companies have a policy to ensure that they employ people from around where they work. It's part of the policy of most companies, at least for members of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. We always try to ensure that when we want to employ, we start from that community. And it is when, okay, they cannot get the particular kind of labor they need, that they go elsewhere. But I think while we're talking, the government should also look at, I don't know how they're going to do it, a reorientation system. Because the reality is many youths they are looking for the soft life. That's just it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the Executive Secretary. Yeah. 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
I would like to ask if you have ever shared with the state government the data of your staff turnover and your resourcing plan. You see, we want to live here with practical solution. The industry you represent, do you have a model that is Ogun State suited for resourcing of workforce? And have you also done a survey among yourself of the rate of attrition or general workforce turnover? If we don't have that, again, it cannot enrich our conversation.
Okay, fine. We might not have done that, as in have the data documented. Okay, we have this, we can present this to the government. But by virtue of my position, I get to interact with many companies. I get to talk to many companies, many HRs, many CEOs, and so I understand their challenges. It is part of my duties to know what their challenges are and what can be done to help them. It's part of what I do. And so it is from my interaction with them that I've gotten to know that, look, this is what happens. But we've not gotten to the point where we put, okay, company A, this is your employee turnover, these are the issues. We've not collected them, so to say, into a document that we can present.
I think we need to start documenting.
Yeah, thank you very much. During the lunch time, we can also have a side talk, to clear some of these issues. These are, very good conversations. I love that, you see. And then during lunch, please, let us, bilaterally also move forward. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The lead paper, came from Mr. Akin, and we're talking about good practice. It is either you have it or you borrow. Just in 1 minute, what advice in terms of good practice will you give to Ogun State government? 1 minute, sir.
Okay. Thank you. There is one part of my paper that I didn't have time to get to because I also didn't use it. Now, I think this is not just only for Ogun State government, but of course we can take it from here. We need to move away from empowerment to actually jobs. There is a lot of funding, a lot of resources that go into so-called empowerment without any results. I give you an example, constituency projects of the National Assembly. A lot of employment agency here, probably state employment agency will know this, that are structured towards those employment, and they tell them, we don't want results, it's just to do it. And a lot of resources are voted to it. You see building, I recently saw a building on my way from Jos to Abuja, Abuja to Jos, in the middle of nowhere, in the bush. A very good vocational center is being constructed, which is a constituency project under presidency. But I can assure you, if you put any machines there, the next day they will vandalize it, because it's in the bush. Right? So we spend a lot of money, a lot of resources. The public jobs that we did recently, last year, it was actually acclaimed in the report as one of the best employment schemes in Nigeria, right? Which was supposed to provide 744,000 employment. To today, nobody has been able to tell us how many people have been employed from that process. People were paid for just 3 months, some didn't even get the payment. And that was it. So we vote a lot of resources to this called empowerment. And we drag people who don't even want to go and do skills. We just said, my constituency people, we drag them to it, they collect these resources, they go back, they are still on the street. And like I think the secretary from MAN said, that is so fueling that idea that you don't have to work, because all these logistics keep coming, and then when they don't come, people go into other vices. So I think states need to be deliberate. We talk about the employment policy, but there are a lot of things we are doing outside the employment policy that is not adding value. Whereas the critical things within the employment policy that will add value, we are not voting resources to it, but we are voting resources to other things that are not adding value to employment. So I think it's one key area I think we need to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And at this point, I'd like to invite the LOC chair for a group photo session with the panelists. Please, a round of applause for the panel members. Group photograph. May I invite also Rachel to be part, and also Felix to also be part of this photo session. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you very much. A round of applause for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, bros. Well done, well done, well done. Now it is time for lunch. I will please beg you that 1 hour for lunch will be too much, even though it is too little. But because of the time, and somebody, our colleague who is also joining to present virtually from South Africa is waiting, I would like to suggest 45 minutes for the lunch. So if you look at the time, Godwin, please look at the time, and then add up 45 minutes. What time are we returning back to session? Please, the caterer, we have requested that you have more serving points. You can also hear from me that we have only 45 minutes for lunch. So if we do not have more serving points, the time will not be achieved. So please, 3:30 maximum we will start. Please go for lunch. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to say good afternoon to all of us, and also say a big thank you and congratulations for coming this way. We have actually made a lot of progress, looking at the first session ending successfully, also going into lunch, and everybody is already feeling happy, taking lunch and getting relaxed, and also getting ready for the next session. Let me quickly announce some decisions that we have quickly taken. Due to time pressure, we are looking at introducing some changes. Immediately, we start now with the presentation from these are the changes I want to announce. We ought to have gone into 2 more presentations before our keynote presentation 5 virtually. But we have shifted this keynote presentation 5, that is, if you look at the time on your program, 3:45 p.m. is the keynote presentation 5 virtually from Mrs. Lolekwa from the Collective Leadership Institute, and she's based in South Africa. In order not to, take her too long, because she has been following the conference this morning, also virtually, we would like to invite her immediately. We are seated 2 minutes from now, 3:30, so to say. We will allow her to make presentation, and then probably we can move ahead, with other programs, looking at the keynote presentation number 3, and then the breakout sessions for today, we will shift them to tomorrow, for a wider perspective of the breakout session. We have one breakout session today. We also have one breakout session tomorrow. This is what I mean. So we do the 2, together, meaning we have 4 rooms running simultaneously, so that we can achieve good time, that tomorrow those who are willing to travel out of Abeokuta can also do that before it is night. So these are the changes that we have incorporated, and I'm sure you all be happy, because it is to soften the terrain so that everybody is happy. May I invite my colleague, Mr. Godwin, to take over this session by inviting our international consultant colleague from South Africa for her presentation. What do I need to hear, or what do I need to see from all of us? 1, pay attention to the presentation, and then 2, make notes, of what you can learn, from the presentation. We might not be able to open the floor for questions. We might not be. I'm not too sure. But let us see how the presentation goes, and see if we can appreciate 1 or 2 persons from the audience to make comments, not necessarily questions, because we are looking at, saving time. Not to waste time, may I invite you again before this session to please stand up. Please stand up before we commence the session. I'm sorry. Please stand up, ladies and gentlemen. Stand up. I know most of us, or some of us, are heavy from the lunch, but we can just stand up. Okay, I'm going to introduce a very, very simple energizer. I am an Energizer person. But when I look at the faces that we have here, we have big people. Who am I to invite a big man to stand, if not because of this workshop? But please bear with me. We'll spend just a minute or two, to do this exercise. I've just had a phone conversation now from the UK. And Jose Mourinho want to see skills, skills that we have as far as football is concerned. He want to contract us as coaches. Therefore, he has asked me to tell you that the main concern, his main concern, is to see your skills, in soccer. And he has also directed me to tell you that the skills does not limit itself to leg. You can also use hand. You can also use the whole of your body to show your skills in soccer. So let me give you example. You see? He said you can use your hand. So you can, tap. Please follow me. Tap. Yeah, move. Tap. Tap. Yeah, please tap. At this point, I'd like to warmly invite my colleague Godwin to please invite Lolekwa virtually for her presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahim. Straight, because our next presenter is already waiting. We can already see her. So I'll just go straight to the point. Our next discussion is talking on building collaborative network and partnerships for sustainable employment promotion. And our focus is on the Ogun State Public-Private Dialogue Platform. So far, so good. We've been hearing discussions around having an employment council, around the employment policy, and how the public and the private can actually cooperate to make employment promotion as one of the goals in the state. And this section will give us light on examining the significance of this public-private partnership, and it will interest you to know that there is an existing public-private dialogue platform in Ogun State. And the next speaker is going to be telling us some of the ways that we can foster effective public-private sector dialogue for employment promotion, and also share case studies. So I'd like you to take your notes, take your pen, and be able to get some of the hints on some of the ways that this can be fostered in Ogun State and across Nigeria and other parts of Africa. Permit me, join me with a clapping ovation. Can we make welcome Ms. Lolekwa Giba from the Collective Leadership Institute. Over to you.
Thank you. May I ask if I'm allowed to share the presentation myself from my end?
Yes, you can. Just go ahead.
Okay. So give me a few minutes while I do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, yes, I am also standing on the already established protocol. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me as your guest today. So my name is indeed Lolekwa Giba, and I am joining you from Cape Town, South Africa, working for the Collective Leadership Institute as its South Africa Office Executive Director. So basically a little bit about our organization so that you understand where my presentation is coming from. Our mission as an organization is to support stakeholders, is to support teams across sectors to collectively create and realize solutions to answer these societal challenges that we are facing. So when we use the SDGs language, we would say that the work of the Collective Leadership Institute is firmly anchored in SDG number 17, because we believe that high quality processes are key if we are about to talk about collaborative partnerships or transformative networks. So, Mr. Program Director, allow me to have a light moment, but also a serious one. My bio says that I am the Executive Director of the Collective Leadership Institute. But today, I not only come as a member of this organization before you, but I come as an African development practitioner that cares deeply about the state that we find ourselves in as a continent. It is concerning that in most countries, we have these high levels of unemployment, and it is also unimaginable the impact that this has on our young people. So this conference is really important, and I am happy to be hearing from a diverse set of voices, which is also something that we advocate for as an organization, that when we look at thriving partnerships, it is really important that all the sectors and all of the voices are represented in these conversations. So when we talk about collaborative and transformative networks, our understanding as an organization is that these should be built around these multi-stakeholder collaboration ecosystems, we call them, that connect in order to have or to achieve a wider impact for a shared purpose. But we also say that these should go hand in hand with future narratives that are emotionally inspiring. Now, as a development practitioner for us, it is not only important that we look at one area or at one state. We care deeply about what not only happens within a state, in this case of Nigeria, but also what is possible when we see this collaboration graduating across states. So you see this graphic on the right of the screen. This is what we are trying to illustrate here when we are talking about transformative networks, because if Lagos State public dialogue platforms succeed, there are lessons for Edo, and perhaps maybe Kano can also integrate a thing or two or lesson or two from Edo. And when that happens, we not only talk about these functioning collaboration ecosystems within states, but it will be taking place across states. And that is where the concept of networks is coming in, where we can then say we really do have an enhanced collaboration for employment promotion in Nigeria. I was requested to also share some measures that we have seen as an organization in our work that can be put in place to ensure that when we talk about sustainability and the long-term impact of collaborative employment promotion efforts, at least we can win. And there are some measures that we can put in place. Before I get into these measures, Mr. Program Director, I also do want to say that our focus should now go beyond partnerships. I am glad to hear that we are already sharing this partnership language. We talk about how these partnerships emerge and what is needed in order to ensure that they remain active and are vibrant. I want us now to think beyond partnerships and look at what or how can we build these transformative networks, because if Ogun State wins, Nigeria wins, right? And if Nigeria wins, Africa wins. And this is what we want for the future of our children. One of the measures that I would like to share with you today is looking at purpose building narratives. So as we come together as partners from the private sector, academia, civil society organizations as well, whose mandates touches on the subject that brings us today, and of course, the public sector with its legislative mandate, we ask ourselves, what are the empowering narratives and vision for this network of collaboration ecosystems? I also want us to pay attention to what we call dynamic structures, perhaps that can easily be explained by asking that question: how do we build collective action around a process for change? So if we have these structures that have been mentioned earlier by the previous speakers, and we say that this is what is needed for Ogun State, how do we then ensure that we come together building a collective action around a process for change? So I want us here to not only just think about partnerships or networks, but understand that collaboration doesn't happen without proper engagement. And that engagement sometimes is not easy, and sometimes it is not clean. It is a lot of work. So in this case, one of the questions perhaps that we will be asking ourselves would be what engagement strategies are needed to build these thriving collaborative networks or partnerships in Ogun State and beyond. Novel pathways. I was encouraged when I also had the voice of the private sector in the room. And this is where I love the role of the private sector when we think about innovation. So how do we innovate? And the way in which we not only engage with each other, but really come together and say, this is what is needed for Ogun State. This particular network enabler reminds me of the work that we did as an organization in Rwanda between the years of 2013 and 2015. And there, when we were working with the sector skills councils, there was a realization, as mentioned earlier by previous speakers, that there needed to be a conversation that takes place between the employers, the colleges, and all the tertiary institutions, so that we know exactly what industry is looking for, so that even processes like the curriculum development answers to that. So I am encouraged when I hear about the assessments that are taking place, because these conversations are needed. If we are to talk about gainful employment, it doesn't only take place when a young person is looking for a job and submitting their CVs, but we go back as far as we can, looking at things like the type of curriculum that's needed in order to take Ogun State and Nigeria to the next level. Value creation. So I'm not sure if you can see this icon here that is on the top left on my screen. That's a human being and there is a heart there. There is no way we can talk about this topic today and not really dig deep into our humanity and also the future that we want, whether it is for Ogun, Lagos Plateau, Abuja, Africa. We have to go in and really look at why do we do what we are doing. And this is where I think we have to match process quality and also technical expertise, because Africa is not short of technical expertise, but we really need to bring that process quality into the mix. So we also look inward and perhaps look at our children and imagine the future that we want to live for them, or to build for them rather. Dialogic exchange. There is now a dialogue platform in Ogun State, and this is important. But the work doesn't end there. There were a lot of questions on how do we do this? Perhaps an easy answer, because we are short of time, I would say that one of the questions we look at would be, how do we practice a culture of structured collective reflection around divergence but also convergence in all exchanges. Multi-stakeholder partnerships, as I said, are not easy, and sometimes they are dirty. So here we could also look at how do we build a strong foundation for us to have perhaps uncomfortable conversations that allow us to really reflect and try to connect the dots up until we can say, aha, now we have a representative multi-stakeholder dialogue platform in Ogun State that is addressing youth unemployment. So one of the things that we look at is to ensure that we create space for these structured collective reflection sessions. The last measure that I want to share for today, which we also believe that it enables our networks to thrive, is the contextual impact. So remember, I mentioned earlier that when Ogun wins, Nigeria wins. When Nigeria wins, Africa wins. So here we pay attention to what does this work that we are trying to do mean for us here in this state, but not only in this state, in all of Nigeria's states. And then perhaps what does this mean for West Africa and also the continent? So here we also look at how we can support each other to ensure that there is this complementarity of the network's purpose with existing transformation efforts. If you remember the previous slides, I tried showing a network graphic where I mentioned a few states and what a thriving network could look like for Nigeria or any country for that matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the 6 network enablers that I thought perhaps we could all reflect on today, especially when we have had from the previous speakers. Now, I would like to share with a very quick example on how we did this in Egypt. Some of you have had this story, but it is also a story that is close to our heart because it really took time, and it also gave us lessons that multi-stakeholder partnership is not easy. You really have to take off your shoes and sit under a tree with a farmer, have informal engagements, really trying to understand everyone's point of view. So this is the story of Egypt's dual system for technical education. We worked on this particular project for almost 3 years. So here, the situation and the challenge, most of you may already know, is that like any other African country, Egypt also's unemployment rate is really driven by a demographic youth bulge. It's the same for South Africa as well. We all sometimes have tears in our eyes when we hear from our institutes that announces the statistics. So what was needed here was to build a multi-stakeholder dialogue platform for 9 governorates. So in Nigeria, we are working with 4 states, but in Egypt, we were working with 9 governorates, looking at how to build these multi-stakeholder dialogue platforms to enhance collaboration at multiple levels. We were working with the Ministry of Education and Technical Education, but also the Egyptian Federation of Investors Association, and also the National Center for Human Resources Development, and the Federation of Egyptian Industries, and of course, the development partners with big support from GIZ. The picture here that I'm trying to paint is that a public-private dialogue platform is possible. And we have seen it happening in Nigeria already, but there are also examples within the continent that we can look to. And remember, so I mentioned those 6 enablers or network enablers, which I said they are just some of the key enablers when we look at how do we build functioning partnerships and networks. So we went through this process. It was not easy. We have shared with people like Amile, we have shared with people like Jeffrey that the engagement process on its own was not easy. There were times where my team and I, we would go to bed after midnight because we had to change the program, because when we landed on site, we realized that the context was a little bit different. But what was key was that we needed to listen and really understand that stakeholder system. So working with these 9 governorates, so some of the results that I can share with you today is that that project was then recognized as a best practice case for private sector engagement in Tibet in the MENA region. When we were working in Egypt, we had over 122 people that were trained. These were high-level officials that were coming from the public and private sector. And out of that 122, we then had this group of 20 people that we worked with closely so that they could take what we had done with them for almost 3 years and replicate it to further governorates. With this work, when we were working on this project, we had about 22,534 new dual system students that were enrolled during the project period. Some of the results are such that we could say that by really persevering, following, that process of exploring and engaging, really listening, we helped enhance the quality of education in the dual system. I do, ladies and gentlemen, also want to mention that perhaps what also helped in this case was that we had the support of a high-level person, we call them the deputy minister, that would even come to the workshops that we were hosting and really sit with the participants. A key structure of this project is called a Central Technical Amana. It was established and it also really took its role seriously and did not want to have a top-down approach, but encouraged and also a bottom-up approach. So the 9 governorates also then felt empowered enough to really look in their context and talk about what is needed and how can it be done, what capacity building needs exist, what is the picture that is emerging, is there perhaps something enough that can be taken up so that this conversation is also taking place at policy level. Within that project period, there were 4 new policies that were developed through this participatory fashion. Also, the bottom-up process that I've mentioned was also set as a priority. And an expansion strategy when we were leaving this project was to engage 14 more governorates, where then we had champions from the 9 governorates that also volunteered to transfer the capacity that was already existing in that pilot phase. As I said again, that Africa has no shortage of technical expertise. I am pleading not as an expert in technical education, but as an African development practitioner for us to really match this technical expertise with process quality. Because again, and for the last time, when Ogun wins, Africa wins. When Africa wins, all of the countries in our continent win. Thank you so much. I'll stop here for now.
Come up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nigeria, please. Let's take Nigeria. Power. But meanwhile, while we're listening for that, I would just like to, if you have a question from any, you just put it in the notes. Then feel free
Pardon me, Mr. Program Director. Apologies for the interruption, but I cannot hear a thing. I wonder if we need to readjust the mics or perhaps increase the volume, but the sound volume has changed from my side.
Wow, thank God. No.
Thank you very much. Godwin, please, a round of applause for everyone. Every disappointment is a blessing. And of course, you know, because we had, the power cut off, as Nigerians, we know it is normal. Normal from abnormal, and abnormal from normal. So I think no matter what happens, it is our country. We'll take it that way. God will help us. Virtually, we ought to have thanked Lelekwa, our colleague, who has been very helpful in all the topics that she has presented. We are very familiar with the topics, and I know for sure that some of us also from Ogun State, from Plateau, from Lagos, are very much aware of the topics that she has presented. Because those topics she has presented and what we have done has actually helped us in the establishment of the PPD in Ogun, Edo, and Lagos. Thank you very much. Just like I said, we will. So I've just been told that Lelekwa is online, and she wants to say thank you, make some final words, and of course the participants here. Can we please, get her, not more, she has gone. She's still there? Okay, she's still coming. So, Lelekwa, we're still waiting for the IT to, put us on with you. I'd like to thank you sincerely, just like always. During training, you've been very patient. Your contributions also during all workshops you've had for us, have been so resourceful, just to the point, and everybody gets the message. Thank you very much. We're still having IT problem, but we can just allow you to go. Thank you very much, and then we hope to. She can talk. Okay, so, Lelekwa, say some few words. You are on.
Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you so much. Again, I'm standing on the already established protocol. It felt good to be invited again. I think for some of my colleagues and also the colleagues from GIZ and their partners, we have probably already started considering ourselves as friends online, the way in which we refer to each other. So thank you for having me today, but also thank you for the lessons, right? Because I come in as a development practitioner, but thank you for the lessons. I really enjoyed listening to the previous speakers and also trying to make this picture in my head that, aha, my presentation will really be talking about these thriving partnerships or these transformative networks. So thank you for having me. I really do wish you a good evening further. And I will also join again tomorrow morning for the part that I will be able to listen to via the online platform. From South Africa, Enkosi Kakulu, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lelekwa. From South Africa, you are sending your message. We have heard you and we accepted. Also from Nigeria, sorry for the power cutoff. It is a part of us. We live with it that way. Don't mind. When you join, there will be no power cutoff tomorrow, Lelekwa. I promise you. I hope so. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Lelekwa is almost a Nigerian. She's part of us. So don't mind the joke that, I'm putting up with her. She's part of us. She knows us very well. We also know her very well. And we know such a thing also happened in South Africa. I was asking, Anthony Giver, that do they have power cutoff at all, if at all, in South Africa? He acknowledged yes. But he gave, he justified, something like that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And we have 20 more minutes based on our timing. I told you already that the breakout sessions for today will be, shifted to tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll rather have 4 breakout sessions working simultaneously at a time so that we can also close on time. But the topic to close the day today is going to be, from Anthony Giver. And the topic will be discussing or looking into aligning vocational education and training with the needs of the labor market. And of course, specifically, we'll be looking at approaches to enhancing workforce employability. And 20 minutes will be spent on this, and I can assure you we close for the day. Dr. Anthony Giver, please come forward. A round of applause to Mr. Anthony Giver, please, for his presentation.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. I was beginning to believe that maybe someone was working against me presenting today. But we'll get there eventually. And we even have a picture. Thank you. I'm very honored to be here. It's my second time now. I've been invited to present. I obviously did a reasonable job because they invited me back. So I'm glad to be here today and to share some of my experience of having worked more than 20 years in the TVET system, TVET and skills systems. Predominantly in South Africa, working very closely with TVET institutions and government and the private sector to try and grow effective partnerships that lead to successful labor market transitions for young people. And I'm going to talk today a bit around some of the lessons that have emerged from that work and some of the things that we continue to try and resolve, because the problems that we face in the TVET system is not unique, and we share very common challenges across the continent. And TVET systems are struggling everywhere. But we think that it's not about focusing on the negatives. We've got to focus on what are some of the solutions. So I've been listening very attentively today to try and make sense of the perspective from Ogun, and to try and see how you locate that within the broader debate around the role of TVET. And I think a good starting point, and unfortunately I am not seeing my slides, so I'm going to talk anyway, and then maybe, there you go. So I think that what's important as a starting point, because I hear a lot of speak about the problems of TVET, right? And the fact that we constantly believe that the problem lies with the TVET system is not producing the right skills, young people are not work ready, and employers want to employ, but they can't find the talent. These are the common problems that we find. If someone can move to the first slide, please. But I think the reality is that it's not always about the TVET system. And I think that if you look at some of the European and systems in Europe and Australia and other parts of the world, the Western world in particular, you find that the reality is there's only so much that a TVET system can do, right? There's only so much a TVET system can do to prepare a young person to go into the workplace. The majority of skills that a young person has to learn has to be in the workplace itself, right? And when we talk about higher education, I always believe higher education is more effective. A lot of young people coming out of higher education are not work ready either, right? They need to spend time learning in the workplace. They need to spend time learning on the job, honing their skills, developing their professional competence, and it's no different in the TVET system. At the same time, skills alone do not solve our problem of employment. We can't solve our employment problem by trying to increase skills, just constantly investing in skills and believing that that's going to solve unemployment. Because the reality is that TVET systems and skill systems can only do so much to prepare a young person. If your labor market is not conducive for that young person to enter into, be trained, be supported to make a successful transition, the skills become meaningless. Right? That young person isn't able to use them effectively. So we need to start looking at where's the real problem. Yes, our TVET systems do struggle. They're under-resourced. We know that. They're undercapacitated. They lack infrastructure. They lack resources, equipment. We know that sort of thing. But they're not the only problem, right? The problem sits fundamentally that our labor markets are not creating employment. And if there's no jobs, skills won't make a difference at the end of the day. So these two things have to work in tandem with each other. It's a balance between the two. So I'm going to talk about that. And we need very creative solutions, particularly in the context where we've got high informality, where we've got informal labor markets, informal employment is the main characteristic of the labor market. We have to come up with very creative solutions around how we're going to create employment in those sort of conditions. Okay, so if we look at TVET systems across sub-Saharan Africa, right, we know that access to formal TVET remains small, right, both in terms of enrollment and in terms of expenditure. Budgets for TVET systems are very small relative to the size even of the education budgets of most countries. Our TVET systems are weak, they're fragmented, they're disconnected from the labor market, so we get the so-called skills misalignment. There's a lack of practical training. The emphasis is invariably about preparing young people for wage employment, formal wage employment. There's still a belief that a formal TVET system must focus on the formal sector. And what you must do is train young people to go into jobs, right? And that's where the problem starts, particularly because of the kind of labor market context that we're dealing with. Skills levies that are quite an important vehicle for incentivizing training, particularly in workplaces, are used very much by large workplaces for their own purposes. So where we do have skills levy systems that are working, they don't work for the masses. They don't work for the large numbers of young people. They generally work for the companies themselves. They train for themselves. They train for what they need. They don't train for the country. So they don't work as a very good incentive. And there's also this obsession with qualifications frameworks and believing that qualification framework solves the problem. So if we can organize learning and we can give people recognition and give them certificates, then we're going to create employment. Doesn't work. And in fact, qualifications framework actually sometimes create more bureaucracy and more complexity in creating access to employment. Because now you have to train against a qualification framework. The qualification framework is telling you what to train, not the employer, right? The employer wants one thing, the qualification framework's telling you another thing. So when you have to deal with a public system that is required to train against accredited, recognized qualifications, and employers are saying, well, that's not really what we need, and we don't actually really care about those qualifications actually. So how do you find a meeting point between that? So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But it becomes a bit of a distraction when we create qualifications frameworks as a means to try and solve everything in our education and training systems. So what are our kinds of misconceptions around the TVET system? You can't see them because you can only see me there. But some of them are, maybe you need to move the picture over to the side. Some of them are that, one, that you can create these neat, definable learning pathways for young people, right? That there's a linear pathway. You can go out of school, you go into this qualification, it's going to lead to that job. And in this kind of, in our labor market, in our evolving economy, doesn't work like that. These pathways are not neat. They're not linear. Young people are moving, just bouncing in and out of learning and earning all the time. But I'll talk a bit about that. The other thing is that, TVET systems can get you quick access to the labor market. You just need to do short courses and you can get into the labor market tomorrow and get a job, right? The third thing is, the third misconception is that TVET colleges or TVET systems are more cost effective than higher education. We think it's cheaper, but it's actually not, for good reason. The fourth one is that skills deficits are the problem. So the problem is fundamentally that, as I said earlier, that young people don't have the skills. That's what we always believe, right? But the fact of the matter is, what we have to do is we have to fix the TVET system. We have to fix the skill system, then we fix the problem. And it doesn't, unfortunately, work like that. The fifth one, which is what many countries focus on, is expansion. We must expand the TVET system, expand the number of young people going into the TVET system, and then we'll fix the unemployment problem. Right? It's just about access, access, access. We need people in those TVET systems learning whatever they're learning, and through that we'll fix the unemployment problem. What is a truth, though, is that your TVET system has to play multiple roles. On the one hand, you've got a large number of young people who are coming out of the schooling system, many of them not completing schooling, right? Large majority. More and more young people getting into secondary schooling, but still not completing secondary schooling. And the TVET system has to cater for them, right? And their skills levels are coming off a lower base. But then you've also got your higher level skills, young people who are completing schooling, going into more, where there's a demand for more higher skilled professions. And you've got to cater for them as well. So how does your TVET system balance this out? Because some of the jobs that we spoke about today that we need to create for in these large industries are out of reach of the young people that are not completing school. So in my country, in the apprenticeship system that we run, to get into that apprenticeship system, you have to have finished school with maths and science, right, to get into an apprenticeship. How many young people in South Africa do you think could qualify for that? Small handful. The large majority, 95% of young people who want to be in a trade can't go through an apprenticeship because they don't even meet the criteria, or they come out of poor schooling background. So, but you still need to train these high-level skills. You still need to train these qualified tradespeople, right? So how do you balance both? You need different learning pathways. You need to cater for young people coming out of the schooling system that are operating or maybe off a lower base and need to be given a pathway to getting a qualification, while at the same time you're offering different entry points for young people who might have finished schooling and can access higher level skills. It's a big balancing act that the TVET system has to play. But the reality is that learning pathways are dynamic. Young people are bouncing in and out of learning and earning, right? So it's not linear. Shorter learning programs are only effective when there are labor market opportunities. So we have this thing now, we know everyone, I don't know if you know, we have this talk about micro-credentials and creating shorter learning programs as a way to get more young people trained. So instead of learning how to be a plumber, we're going to learn just how to fix a leaking tap, right? And that's going to give us a credential. But the reality is that there's only so many young people that you can take. And then there's no route for that young person to become a qualified plumber one day. So you have to build knowledge in a structured way. It can't be just about having these little programs and expecting that that's going to create jobs. There has to be a pathway to a qualification at the end of the day. TVET systems should integrate theory, practice, and workplace learning. And the latter is the most critical part, which lacks in most of these cases. So when we speak about why are young people not workplace ready, because they've never been in a workplace. How do you become workplace ready if you haven't been trained on the job? So we have to be able to, between the private sector and government, create enough workplaces where young people can be trained. And yes, it makes the TVET system more expensive. So it's not like it's cheap, right, to train through a TVET system. But it makes a big difference if you want to create employment. So these are the kinds of investments that you need to make if you want to get young people into the labor market, into gainful employment or gainful income generation. As I indicated, blaming the TVET system alone and saying that it's about skills deficits does not take into account the weaknesses in the labor market, particularly in workplaces that prevent young people from being trained on the job and employed. So we've got a large informal sector made up of MSMEs, mostly small and micro businesses. That's where the workplaces are. How many of those workplaces are training young people coming out of your TVET system? So we have the informal apprenticeship system, which is, has been going for many years and is quite prevalent across many countries. But it doesn't take young people from the TVET system. Those people go directly into the workplace, coming off the street, going into a workplace. Sometimes they even have to pay for it, whatever it is. It's unstructured. It doesn't lead to formal learning. So now the question is, how do you turn those SMEs, those small and micro businesses, into effective workplace training places for TVET students coming out of your formal TVET system? Because if you want to expand opportunities for young people in your TVET system, you need more workplaces that can train young people. And this is where the missing link. So when we say it's not just about the TVET system, there has to be some pathway for those young people into workplaces, and they have to be trained. And then there's this issue around access. So we can grow the numbers. We can get more and more young people, and we all talk about how many young people we need to get into, set big targets about growth. Did it in South Africa. Big targets, we're going to double, we're going to triple, we're going to quadruple the number of young people in our TVET system. Right? But they're all learning the same programs, very theoretical, and no access to workplace learning. So massification of a TVET system doesn't work if you don't have enough workplaces lined up that can train and employ those young people. Right. So we got very high expectations from our TVET systems that they're going to solve a whole lot of problems for society, for our economy. But we resource them poorly, there's limited capacity, and we don't actively create those market linkages. We don't create ecosystems that are conducive for bridging that gap between what they're learning in the college and what they need to learn in the workplace. So how do we fix the TVET system? Right. So in terms of the system itself, we need to create a balance between longer qualifications that can keep you in a TVET system for a long period and shorter programs that can get you into the labor market sooner, but can still lead you to a qualification. So you need learning pathways. You need multiple learning pathways. There can't just be one way for young people to progress to learning. Two, that you need to focus on growth sectors. We need to identify which are the sectors that have got the more of the propensity to train and employ young people, because they are growth sectors, because there's more potential to grow within them. There's more potential not just for large companies, but for smaller and medium-sized companies in those value chains, in those supply chains that are work in those growth sectors. That's where you need to focus a lot of your skills. Right? And including in there your green economies, your digital economies, which can either be specializations or they can cut across all the skills that you are providing. You need to do workplace learning, I've indicated that, but it needs to be structured. So it can't just be about informal learning in the workplace. It's got to actually add value to what they're learning in the college, in the TVET center or in the college or in the institution. You have to be able to create learning pathways that are better structured. So the learning that's got to happen in the workplace has to be quality learning, regardless of the type of workplace it is. Right? Whether it's small, whether it's micro, whether it's medium, whether it's large, you need quality workplace learning. So you need to build the right structures to support small and micro businesses to become better training sites. That those master craftsmen, or those SMEs, those entrepreneurs, we need to support them to create more effective workplaces where they can train, employ young people. Then we need to integrate employability skills and entrepreneurial learning into every one of our programs that are delivered through our TVET system. So it's not that we're going to address the issues of the workplace, but what we want to do is prepare them as effectively as possible to go into the workplace. Right? So this is when we talk about how work ready can we make them. Employability skills are very effective. You can simulate the workplace environment. You can create an environment in which a young person gets to understand what it means to work in an environment, whatever type of environment that is, how they work with others, how they dress, how they communicate, how they behave, how they engage with people in that workplace, with customers, with all sorts of things. You can do a lot of that sort of simulated work, which gives them a better preparation when they get into the workplace. But secondly, train them with entrepreneurial mindset, which doesn't mean that they're entrepreneurs. So let's be real. Not everyone is an entrepreneur. We estimate in our program that maybe only 10% of the young people that we train are actually really entrepreneurial. But we train every one of them in entrepreneurship because we believe that, one, it makes them a better employee to have an entrepreneurial mindset, particularly when you're working in a small and micro business or medium-sized business, to understand what it means to be an entrepreneur. Even if you're not entrepreneurial, it helps you to be a more productive employee, one. And two, a lot of them are going to be self-employed. So it's not that they're entrepreneurial, but they're going to be self-employed. So I can see, sorry. So I think it's important to do that. And then you've got to have a focus on upskilling and reskilling. So the fact is that even when young people get into the labor market, that's not the end of their learning journey, right? So they can learn the skills on the job, but the labor market is evolving and you need to be able to offer programs that continuously allow people to upskill, to reskill throughout their life. And the TVET system has to be able to provide that. So what is possible is my last slide. What is possible in terms of fixing the labor market? So we've spoken about fixing the TVET system. What is possible in terms of fixing the labor market? Well, as I've indicated, the jobs are going to be in the small micro businesses. That's where the jobs are going to be. They're not going to be in the large companies. We speak a lot about the manufacturing sector, the large industries in our formal economy, that they must create jobs. There's only so many jobs that your formal economy can ever create. In South Africa, we're lucky if the formal economy will employ 10% of the population. And we've got a relatively large formal economy relative to the rest of the continent, right? So that's not where the jobs are. You can't knock on the door of all the manufacturers, the multinationals, and say, create the jobs. It's not going to happen. They can create small numbers of jobs, but they can't create jobs on the scale that are needed by the country. So you have to look to your informal economy and you have to look to your MSMEs to create the jobs. But that means we need to strengthen and support those MSMEs to grow. Because only if businesses are growing will they create jobs. And this is the critical thing. Jobs don't create themselves. You need enterprises to grow to create jobs. Because, I mean, I'm not an economist, and I know that. Right? So the fact of the matter is we need to be able to work on the labor market to support those businesses to grow, because that's how you incentivize demand for skills. If a business is on a growth path, suddenly they need the skills. If they're just surviving day to day, trying to just earn a living, they can work with what they've got, right? They're not going to look for new skills. But suddenly they've got more work, more clients, they're more specialized, it's a different market. Now they need the skills. Where are they going to find the skills? Right? Now they need to be able to create opportunities for young people to be trained and employed in those workplaces. So you've got to incentivize, you've got to prepare MSMEs to provide workplaces that can train and employ young people. They must become job creators. And where you're going to find them most fundamentally are those that are really entrepreneurial. So you need to find the businesses that are entrepreneurial, that have an aspiration to grow, that wish to create jobs, right? And to get them on that pathway, to help them to do that. And TVET centers can play a role in that, because they can help that MSME to get upskilled, they can help them to get recognized in terms of their skill set, so that they've got also formal certification, which helps when you're in the market. They can help them to get specialized, particular types of specialized skills. So for example, if you've got an electrician that wants to start installing solar PV rooftop installations, you can help them to skill and specialize in that. Entrepreneurs, they want to grow, they're willing to take that risk. So you need to support, the TVET system has to support SMEs to meet criteria for quality workplace learning. And that's the only way you can do that is by helping them to grow, helping them to develop more of market presence so that they need the skills. The role of industry associations is critical. I heard a couple of industry associations that are here, chambers and various other types of industry associations, critical in mobilizing and supporting particularly your MSMEs to get them organized, to get them to understand what their growth needs are, how we can support them and to get them on a growth path and to mobilize them to train and create employment for young people. We need to strengthen the informal apprenticeship system, which is not to say we need to formalize, because I think there's a big difference between strengthening and formalizing. You can see I'm on my second last point. There's a difference between strengthening and formalizing your informal apprenticeship system. We just need to make sure that those workplaces are more effective in their ability to train young people. We need to upskill and support the master craftsman or whoever the business owner to make sure that that business is more viable, that it's on a growth path, that it's got access to market, because then they will need the skills. You create the demand, right? The demand just doesn't arrive. You've got to create that demand. And there are vehicles that you can do to do that. You can create to do that. So in the program that I run in South Africa, and what we've been doing over the years is we've been creating hubs, incubators and accelerators that aggregate and support SMEs in those communities. Identify those entrepreneurs, assess their needs, work out their growth paths. What will it take to get them to be on a growth path? Put in place the right kind of support for them to grow. But you do that on the proviso that every one of those businesses, as they grow, they have to create 1 to 2 jobs within a period of 12 months to 18 months. So they have to take on young people, they have to train them, and they have to employ them. And that's how you start to build an employment base, a broader employment base. I have to keep emphasizing, you can only create jobs if you've got growing enterprises. And that's the key to unlocking employment. Thanks.
When you have growing enterprises, then I think that's a good path for job creation. This is true. Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony, for this very wonderful presentation. For me and for us, we look at this presentation as a food for thought. Yeah, because, if you look at the topic itself, and then what Anthony has presented, characteristics of the TVET system in sub-Sahara Africa, misconceptions of expectations from the TVET system. In fact, I was in Addis Ababa last week, and we had conversations around this. The problems of TVET and employment, promoting employment using TVET as a platform. Most times, you can see he has passion. These are things that are very clear. We are seeing every time. And from last presentations we had from different presenters here, the policies are there, but drivers, those that are driving it, instead of driving to the left, they are not even just driving to the right, they are going far away from it. And this, like I said, is just food for thought. We don't have time for questioning here because I look at the entire package that Dr. Anthony has presented as food for thought. And good enough, we're going to share the presentations or the presentation with you. And then you can also plug out some points that will really support to improve the TVET system in Ogun State. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Anthony Giwa. A round of applause for him, please. We are almost, coming to the end of the day. Before we close, I'd like to, say some few words. Please, I beg of you. Tomorrow, if you listen to me 30 minutes ago, I said 2 presentations will be shifted to tomorrow. And if you look at our agenda, we will be starting at 9:30 according to the agenda, but that may not work. We want to, solicit for your maximum cooperation in this case, to start at 8:30 at least for registration, and 9 on the dot that, we start the program. So that we will meet up with the timing that we're supposed to close, because some people want to travel back to their different destinations tomorrow. Please, if you agree that we are starting at 9, let me see your hands up, 9 o'clock. Yes, everybody want to start at 9. And I also want to start at 9. My 2 hands are up there. Thank you very much. Once again, I want to sincerely thank everybody that has been patiently sitting, and been actively participating in this particular event. We hope to see you, tomorrow at 8:30 from the registration point, and at 9 o'clock on the dot, we are starting. Let me also say this. Please, as you sit, as you move out, this is unofficial now, ensure that you meet with 1 or 2 persons you have not met before. Please, ensure. 2 people within the hall here, and when you are out, about to enter your car or otherwise, please meet with another person that you have not met before, just to know each other. Once again, thank you very much, and good night. Thank you.
Tomorrow I will not be wearing a jacket. I should what? Okay, I should do them. Okay. Okay. I should look down. I've looked away.